never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Okay, indeed, it is that time. Once again, ready to roll? All right, ready or not, here we go. Oh, yeah, Hump Day coming on. We'll hear that. Mike. Oh, boy, a little more action tonight as far as Mother Nature is concerned. We had a rather tranquil Easter weekend and early start to the week. Did begin to see some of our first round of showers, thunderstorms on the north central states for our Tuesday morning. Tonight, though, we're looking at much more widespread showers, thunderstorms, stretching as far south as central and southern Kansas, then on up to parts of Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, on over into, not much going on over in Michigan. There was a batch of showers over eastern Michigan. Most of that is letting up, moving on over toward London, Ontario. But let me take you back into the, starting with the north central states. Heavy rains north of Wausau, Wisconsin. Another batch of heavy rain stretching back from St. Paul on up into the western and northwestern portions of Wisconsin, Minnesota. Areas of torrential rains, Brainerd, Minnesota, on back toward Fargo, North Dakota. And you get on down, more isolated showers and thunderstorms. Right along the southern portions of Minnesota into north central portions of Iowa. You know, all the action is north of Fort Dodge, but you'll find some pretty heavy showers in the mix there. Then we get on back into parts of Nebraska, where we actually have tornado watches still in place. There's a cluster of thunderstorms from right about Norfolk, Nebraska, stretching back into north central portions of the state. Here's where you've got the big time clash of the air masses. Because you've got the heavy thunderstorms, a tornado watch over east central Nebraska, and then you've got winter weather advisories and things of that nature for snow in southwestern South Dakota, where we're seeing snow from Rapid City, and those extend on down into the northwestern portions of the Nebraska Panhandle. So the cold air is in place over western Nebraska, much warmer air. And again, that's where you get the clash of the air masses, setting the stage for stronger storms. Down into Kansas, it's pretty much central portions, central and north central Kansas. And some of these storms are indeed prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. There's one isolated supercell down in south central portions of Kansas that at this hour is prompting a severe thunderstorm warning. And that's in the zone where they've got the tornado watches in place. One severe thunderstorm warning from right about the east side of Great Bend, Kansas. Punch up and see what kind of winds they're talking about there. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. There are trained spotters there reporting 1-inch hail in Ellenwood, Kansas. Now, that's hail damage. Well, that's enough to damage your vehicles. Wind damage to roofs, siding, trees, things of that nature. So again, severe thunderstorm warning there. The one other was, let's see, that's over Ellenwood, moving at 60 miles per hour. I'm going to say, but storm moving east at 30 miles per hour. The winds at 60 miles per hour. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on our severe thunderstorms. Cannot rule out an isolated tornado as we progress on into a Wednesday here. So let's break it down a little bit more in depth as we get our traveler's weather to start the new day. Yeah, much of the country has been devoid of any meaningful precip for pretty much the entire Easter weekend, even into much of Monday. Some of those places that have been enduring round after round of thunderstorms as we wrapped up the month of March finally got a little bit of a break to catch their breath. The brief lull in the development of dangerous storms, that has obviously now come to an end. Storms that began to develop in the center of the country late Monday, kind of shattering the relative quiet. We saw severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of the northern plains, the upper Midwest, Monday night into Tuesday morning. Strong storms rumbling to life. More than 24 reports of hail stretching from southeastern South Dakota into southern Minnesota. Hail up to the size of golf balls was reported in Minnesota. Forecasters say the scattered severe activity that occurred Monday night is really just the tip of the iceberg for what we've got coming, especially here midweek. Today looks to be the day where we're going to see the most widespread severe thunderstorms. This potent low-pressure system coming out of the Rockies, producing gusty thunderstorms from the Central Plains to the lower Mississippi River Valley on through Wednesday night. Storms started firing up this past afternoon over the Central Plains. Those storms continue to become more extensive into the overnight hours, then push into parts of eastern Kansas, southeastern Nebraska, western Missouri. Atmospheric conditions, they tell us, during this event will be favorable for these storms that can produce locally damaging wind gusts and large hail. It's not out of the question an isolated tornado may spin up along this system's strengthening cold front. Most likely location for any tornadic activity will be central Kansas as storms begin to develop there. Thus, our tornado watch that is in place there in central and east central Kansas. So Wichita to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Kansas City, and Springfield, Missouri, all areas that may be under fire from these storms overnight tonight into Wednesday morning. AccuWeather's chief meteorologist Bernie Rayno says, I think today will probably be one of the busiest days of this week when it comes to the severe weather. Flooding downpours, hail, damaging winds, and we'll likely encounter several tornadoes. So during the day today, the threat for storms will stretch over a wide swath of the central states. Residents from southern Iowa all the way to northern Louisiana, keep an eye to the sky and obviously have multiple ways to receive your severe weather warnings. Rapidly changing weather conditions are possible for portions of I-30, 35, I-40, 55, and I-70 during the day today. Downpours or wind-driven rain will significantly reduce visibility, ponding of water on the roadways. So exercise caution. The threat for severe weather then shifts further eastward Wednesday night. Areas from, say, central Illinois down to central Tennessee into northern Alabama and Mississippi, maybe even central Louisiana, you'll be in the crosshairs for these potent storms Wednesday night. Wednesday night brings Nashville, your first opportunity for heavy rain since the end of last month when that deadly flooding unfolded there. Many rivers in the south are still rather swollen with rounds of rain from late last month. So any additional downpours could rapidly lead to some flash flooding problems there as those storms target the central states on into the day Wednesday. Forecasters are going to be keeping an eye on another possible threat from the same storm. Further north in the upper Midwest, the potential for severe thunderstorms is rather low, but periods of locally heavy downpours expected along this slow-moving warm front tied to this area of low pressure. So we're going to see rounds of downpours across portions of South Dakota, Nebraska, Minnesota, Iowa, and even Wisconsin. 1 to 2 inches, pretty widespread in less than 48 hours. Some areas may be up to 3 inches of rain possible. So you may be facing some flooded roadways, especially in the low-lying areas, and the heavy downpours. As that robust storm continues to push eastward late this week, it looks like the widespread severe weather threat is really going to diminish, but parts of the northeast and down to the southeast will still have to encounter some rounds of scattered showers and a few rumbles of thunder by the time we get toward the end of the week here. So midweek coming on. Again, today looks to be the more active day when it comes to any severe weather. I'll click back over to our areas where we got a little bit of a wintry side with this storm in northwestern Nebraska, southwestern portions of South Dakota, on over to east central portions of Wyoming. See what kind of snow we're talking about, because we actually have winter storm warnings. All right, this is from the Weather Service office. Where are we looking at here? The Nebraska Panhandle region. Winter storm warning in effect until 9 a.m. Mountain Time Wednesday morning. So you've already seen some snow, but additional 1 to 3 inches, which is going to bring some of the totals there to the range of 6 to 10 inches, maybe even more, along the Pine Ridge. Roads, snow-packed and icy. Visibility significantly reduced with the falling snow. On down to Rapid City, South Dakota, the Weather Service office there. Heavy, wet snow tonight. This strong upper-level disturbance continues to bring heavy precip to the region into Wednesday morning. Heavy snow is going to persist over the Black Hills, the adjacent foothills, and far southwest South Dakota. The most significant accumulations are going to be across the higher elevations of the Black Hills, particularly the central and southern Black Hills. They're talking additional accumulations 4 to 8 inches there. All right, let's see. One other stop from Rapid City, South Dakota. Additional 2 to 4 inches for the southern foothills and the Fall River County plains. So you get the winter storm warning in effect till like 6 a.m. Mountain Time. You got 2 separate sides of the storm. You got your wintry side, and then you've got your severe thunderstorm and torrential rains side. So it's pretty much the battle between winter and spring. after the first full week of April started here across the country, the dividing line, this kind of a tug of war, as far as weather's concerned, drawn by a storm system that moved across the Central Plains this past day. Ahead of the storm, we saw temperatures in the central portions of the country surging. Upper 70s, even some 80s, extending from New Mexico, Texas, and Louisiana, all the way up into South Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. A few locations even topped the 90-degree mark for the first time since last summer or fall. Believe it or not, Sioux Falls, South Dakota was one of those locations that hit 90 degrees on Monday. That was a new record. Previous record was 87 back in 1991. It's also the earliest the city has hit the 90-degree mark temperature in a calendar year. Shattered the old record, which was set back in 1954. You hadn't seen a temperature over 90 degrees since late last summer. Looks like you hit 91 on September the 6th last year. The summer-like day ended with a bang, though, for Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas as the severe storms passed over. The Sioux Falls National Weather Service office during the evening hours, that's one of the locations where you saw some of that large hail. Further to the south, El Paso recorded one of the highest temperatures across the plains on Monday, where you hit 92 degrees during the afternoon, a new record high. The old daily record of 89 from 1942 was tied in 2016. North Platte, Nebraska, Burlington, Colorado, you also hit 90 degrees on Monday. Those were both records for those cities. Yeah, the record temperatures easily overshot normal highs for the plains. Early April, you should be looking at highs ranging from the lower 50s in the Dakotas, middle 70s over western Texas. So those 90-degree marks well above normal. Now, a big change, dramatically plummeting temperatures in the wake of the storm sets the stage for, as we were just talking, believe it or not, accumulating snow in areas of western Nebraska. Yeah, weather whiplash. Some areas that recorded temperatures in the 70s and 80s on Monday are now facing 2 to 4 inches of snow tonight. Some locations where temperatures were in the upper 80s could actually see that mix of rain and snow. Looks like it's going to be just rain in North Platte, Nebraska. But the western side of the storm, where temperature records were on the opposite end of the spectrum here just a few days ago, we see the temperatures begin plunging in the Pacific Northwest. The temperature, according to the National Weather Service office in Seattle, dropped to 33 degrees on Monday. That was actually a daily record low for that location. Olympia, Washington, you tied the daily record low. You hit 26 degrees on Monday morning. So there you go. Yes, it's the clash of the air masses, and that's going to be the driving force for more severe weather, in particular through the day today. Yeah, the severe weather, this is the time of year in the Southeast, March, April, and May, where you see the bigger clash of the air masses. So again, have your weather alert devices activated, your smartphone weather alerts, whatever you use to get your severe weather watches and warnings. Looks like a pretty broad area of windy conditions over central and northeastern portions of Texas as we head on into midweek here. Wind advisories are in place. Sustained 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, gusting to 35 miles per hour. So it's not a high wind warning criteria, just wind advisories. You'll be kind of rocking and rolling, especially if you're hauling those wiggle wagons or an empty trailer out there. From Paris, Texas, back to Gainesville, Texas, you have Dallas, Fort Worth right in the middle of there, all the way south into Waco, Cameron, Texas, Lufkin, Texas, all those areas under wind advisories. All right, so look at our traveler's weather as we get things underway here on a Wednesday morning. Our number is 844-844-3388. Let me jump right up to the calls here, and we'll get to some of our industry headlines just ahead. And see if I can. According to the computer, it says it's Mr. Ison. Who would we have on the line? Hey, who we got on the phone? I can hear somebody.
Steve, you talking to me?
Yeah, good golly. It says Mr. Ison.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
That's Radio.
Okay, I didn't think it was Mr. Ison.
Well, I don't know what about that one. Hey, Steve, I hope you realize that their hot temperature there in El Paso, that's caused by man-made global warming. So Beto O'Rourke's out there running his mouth and putting out a bunch of holiday. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Hey, Steve, I got a bunch of questions for you, but first off, I got to tell you, I finally talked to old Plowboy today, and he's alive and well. And, well, he's well physically. I don't know about mentally. But,
yeah.
Anyhow, he called me today, and we talked a little bit, and, you know, your hero, Mitt Romney, hadn't done nothing stupid in the last 48 hours. So he couldn't pick at me about Mitt Romney, and he took to picking at me about term limits. Now, what do you think, Steve? I don't know. I think he was just kind of bored and trying to get me riled up. What do you think?
Of course he would. That's the name of the game, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he is. Hey, Steve, I got several questions for you. First off, I carry a monocular with me in the truck here. You know, it's sometimes you're out at a loading dock or somewhere, and they tell you, pull in the door 42 whenever that truck pulls out. You're 100 yards away or whatever. I've got an El Cheapo here that there's something wrong with it, Steve. The older I get, the weaker that thing gets. And so it's not working too well. I think about buying a new one. I know Bushnell, I think, is probably the best brand, but I don't know that I want to spend that kind of money and take that kind of risk leaving something like that in the truck. I'm looking on Amazon, and I see a bunch of names like Goski or Gorski or something like that, and Wingspan and things like that. You know anything about those binoculars or monoculars?
Honestly, no. I don't own a pair of binoculars. I've never owned a pair. I've had a couple of like El Cheapo freebies that we got down at Myrtle Beach one year, but no, I'm not really familiar.
Well, you got some pretty smart listeners. Somebody probably call in and give me some good advice on that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Question number 2, Steve. I'm gonna pick your brain again about your swimming pool. This past day, I was at my daughter's house. They got theirs there, and they're fixing to put it together. And I went in there and dropped my laser level off so they could use it. And son-in-law was explaining to me this is an oval. It's not round, and it's got 4 uprights, I guess you call it there, to hold the sides in, and they're like 2x4 aluminum or whatever, and I guess they hook together underneath the pool going across. But the way he understood, or the way I understood him, is that you put these uprights there and hook them together so the sides don't bulge out, and then it put some, I don't know, he said steel plating or whatever on top of it, and then you put your liner down on that. But it seemed to me that you'd want to put sand or something down there between those cross members to, take the weight off that lining or whatever. Is there a reason that you'd want hollow spaces underneath that pool?
Hollow spaces? No, you wouldn't want any hollow spaces. Hold
on, that's what.
There's a little. It's like an aluminum track that comes together like your old fashioned when you had your little railroad sets when you were a kid. They go around the base. So there's a slot in there to put the big metal the walls. You put the walls around, and then you've got your supports to go up around the sides, the outside perimeter. Then you put your liner kind of drapes over the wall, and then you put the top caps that connect all those supports together.
Right. Well, this, like I say, is an oval, and just on the sides there, from one side to the other, it's got, maybe 4 foot high uprights, kind of like a T. And then on one leg of that T, or one arm of that T, I guess, it connects together. There's a piece that hooks it together. It's like a tube of 4 out of aluminum, and it hooks together to the other one on the other side. And then he said you put metal on top of that, and then you put the liner on top of that. And I said, well, surely you'd want to put something down there in between them to take the stress off that metal. So I don't know. It didn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not, honestly, mine's an oval, so I'm not real familiar with, mine's a round, so I'm not oval may be a little bit different, so.
Well, it's out of my league, and I didn't take time to read the instructions on there. Hey, Steve, going into politics here a little bit. Yeah, they talk a lot about this deal down there in Georgia, and maybe somebody else has brought this up. I've got a point I've been wanting to bring up. I've been going down to Atlanta for a lot of years, and I like people down there, and Georgia's a beautiful place, especially this time of year. I got a guy down there I've been doing business with for, I don't know, it's 21, maybe 22 years now. I've been doing business with him for 9/11. And I think real highly of him, trust him and everything. He's a big old corn-fed Southern boy. And he married to a beautiful little Puerto Rican gal, which, she's an American citizen and Hispanic. And he's telling me that in September, October, she got 3 mail-in ballots in the mail. He didn't get one. Her 2 sisters, who are also married to white boys, each got 3 mail-in ballots in the mail. Their husbands didn't get any. So there's 9 mail-in ballots that were sent out. It seems to me because they were on some list of being Hispanics. So I just have a real hard time believing that election was stolen down there in Georgia. What do you think?
Yeah. How many people got? If you've got one family, 3 people. How many people got 3 mail-in ballots in the state of Georgia? Yeah, there's definitely a problem there.
Yeah, I think there's a problem there. So anyhow, hey, Steve, I got one question. Now, Bob Boy, he's trying to stir me up. We got in a discussion about something. It's one of them things neither one of us. He said 7 years. I said 5 years. But I guess it's one of them only your hairdresser knows for sure answers. And I guess, Steve, you'd have to be the one to answer this question. So was it 5 years, or was it 7 years that you was the president of the Webb Pierce fan club?
You old scoundrel, you dirty dog, yeah.
Talk to you later, Steve.
Thank you much. Yeah, Webb Pierce fan club. I got your fan club. Dale checking in this morning. Jacksonville, Florida. Beautiful 66 degrees, clear. On our way to a high of 85. Wow. Be safe out there, drivers. Remember, America's counting on you. Captain Ron checking in, 60 degrees in Wildwood, Florida. Good to have you with us. Matthew's out there listening in this morning. Morning, Matthew. Tank says, good morning, Steve. Happy hump day. Cool night here in New Mexico. Headed back to West Tennessee to the home 20. Everybody be safe. Have a great day. Richard checking in from Florida as well. There's our old friend Chevy guy rolling up on the copy in the mail. Morning from Greenville, Ohio, from Sumting. Sumting? Oh, boy, those fictitious names. Sumting. Lester checking in from Lower Georgia. Fuzzy checking in. Let's see. Morning, Steve. How about the butt whipping the Reds gave? Did they win again over Pittsburgh? Yeah, I haven't watched a game yet, but I've seen some of the highlights on the news, and I knew they were like leading the division. They were only 4 games in. I guess 5 games? They're 4-1. Took 2 out of 3 from the Cards. They've taken the first 2 from Pittsburgh, I guess. And what gives? Scoring some runs, huh? Ken said it's been a long day. A shower and a 16 twist. Off before bed. And lastly, Charles. Good morning, Steve. Home on vacation this week in Stillwater, Oklahoma. But I'm listening. Thank you so much. Let me flip real quick over to the email bag, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Let's see, got an email from the Minuteman this past day. Said, Steve, I wanted to say hi. I happened to be in Cincinnati. I couldn't find your show. And I found out you were here. I was rather surprised. I moved to Florida years ago. And when you got pulled off the satellite radio, I wasn't able to listen anymore. So I'm going to try to listen in on this channel. Now I know where you are. But I listened to your dad for years and enjoyed you filling in until you were full-time. Good luck with the new gig and the new sponsor. I'll try to check in. I'm up and running again. But I'm so glad I found you. All right, thank you, Mark, the Minuteman. I'm glad you found us as well. Okay, so our number, 844-844-3388. Underway on a Wednesday, hump day. Lots to cover as we make our way into midweek here. First, we get a news break, see what's going on. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden is pushing his deadline for all states to make coronavirus vaccines available to all adults up by 2 weeks. Biden said Tuesday that his new goal is to have vaccinations available to every American adult that wants one by April 19th. He'd previously set a deadline of May 1st for states to open up their vaccine eligibilities. Speaking from the White House, the president urged people to continue to wear masks and socially distance, saying that while there are better days ahead, we aren't at the finish line yet.
The virus is spreading because we have too many people who've seen the end in sight, think we're at the finish line already. Let me be deadly earnest with you. We aren't at the finish line. We still have a lot of work to do. We're still in a life and death race against this virus. Until we get more people vaccinated, we need everyone to wash their hands, socially distance, and mask up in a recommended mask from the CDC.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you struggling with addiction or alcohol problems? If you're depressed, drinking, and using drugs, you may need help. And the Affordable Care Act guarantees coverage of substance abuse.
I knew I could get myself out of this. I just needed some hope and some help.
I took the first step to recovery when I made the call.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
I feel like I'm losing control. I'm afraid I'll lose my job or even my family.
Call now for hope and help with proven, gentle recovery programs.
I never thought that I could be somebody who didn't drink and use drugs.
I'm in recovery, getting the help I need.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. We've got open lines at 844-3388. What's going on in your world? Make our way into midweek. All right, we jump over some of our industry headlines this morning. Start off with maybe a few additional parking places coming back in Iowa. The Department of Transportation plans to reopen a parking-only rest area next week. This past day, next Tuesday, that would be April the 13th, at 9 a.m. The parking-only rest area on southbound I-35 in Warren County near St. Charles is set to reopen. It's primarily used by commercial vehicle drivers. It was closed back in November of last year because the ramp from the rest area to I-35 was on an incline, and large vehicles often have trouble getting traction to merge onto I-35, especially during the winter weather, and that was creating dangerous situations on the roadway there. So I guess now that springtime is here, not really looking for more snow there, right? On into the state of Georgia, law enforcement officers issued dozens of citations to truck drivers following an enforcement operation targeting distracted driving. We had advised you about that. You were forewarned. The 3-day operation took place last week. On I-16 in Georgia, Department of Public Safety says the purpose was to help reduce the number of crashes and stop commercial vehicle drivers driving distracted. During that enforcement efforts, troopers inspected a total of 253 commercial vehicles, issuing a total of 144 citations. Let me see here. Violations included 87 for cell phone usage, 35 for following too closely, 20 for speeding, 1 possession of drugs, and 1 DUI. In late March, law enforcement agencies in Georgia inspected 303 trucks during the Stop the Threat detail. That was also held on I-16 from Lawrence to Chatham County. Now, that was all due to the increased number of commercial vehicle crashes on I-16. On up to the neighboring state of Tennessee. Several lanes of a Tennessee highway were shut down for hours for cleanup of a multi-vehicle wreck that left one semi charred and overturned. Happened about 10 before 10 this past morning in Loudoun County, Tennessee. Highway 321 and Tellico Parkway left a semi-truck overturned and flaming, its load of garbage strewn across the highway. The driver of the truck was transported to a nearby hospital as a precaution, not described as having life-threatening injuries, but the fully engulfed semi was ultimately extinguished, but both lanes on the westbound side were closed for an extended period of time as crews had to work to clear the wreckage and investigate the accident there. Next up, we got a trucking couple recently combined there's the video from CDL Life. It starts off looking kind of like a wedding reception and turned into what they call a gender reveal celebration, all in one fun trucking-themed day. It's kind of heartwarming. In the video, the couple shared the two are dressed up. They're beaming, showing off their party decor before they make their way out to the parking lot where you got a pretty good-looking Peterbilt adorned with the It's a Boy or It's a Girl balloons on the front of the rig. The whole countdown takes place. Everybody out there counting down. When they fire up the truck, it begins spewing out the colored smoke. It turned out to be pink. It's a girl, but a trucking couple. It's a nice-looking young truck-driving couple there. And one more on our industry headlines before we get to what else is going on in the news world. This week, a truck driver pleading guilty to charges related to a drug trafficking following his arrest several years ago. Day before yesterday, Nelson Garcia Martinez pleading guilty to a single count of distribution of 400 grams or more of fentanyl, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Martinez is a Salvadoran national, previously residing in Stockton, California. He was arrested back in 2018 after a federal surveillance operation at a rest stop in Sturbridge. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, agents conducting surveillance at the rest stop observed Garcia Martinez meet with two unidentified individuals outside of his tractor trailer. When the two unidentified individuals left the area, law enforcement attempted to stop their vehicle, but they fled. When they did finally pull to the side of the road, the passenger exited the car, discarding a vacuum-sealed garment bag, then fled into the surrounding woods, while the driver of the car fled the scene at a high speed. The garment bag burst open on the ground. Agents recovered 15 kilograms of a substance that tested positive for fentanyl. Martinez consented to a search of his tractor trailer, where vacuum-sealed bags matching the one that was discarded on the side of the road were recovered. Law enforcement were led to Martinez after discovering a phone number that later determined to be associated with the defendant that was believed to be used by a drug transporter. 32 kilos of fentanyl. Now, the charge of distribution of 400 grams or more of fentanyl carries a sentence of at least 10 years, up to life in prison, in addition to at least 5 years of supervised release and a fine of up to $10 million. Guess that comes down under the crime doesn't pay category. All righty, we'll get to others from the email bag coming up. Red Mule brought up this whole fiasco in the state of Georgia, which just kind of continues to spiral. Major League Baseball did officially make the announcement. Denver as the suspected city would be, Denver became the official home of the 2021 All-Star Game this past day. All right, meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Former baseball commissioner Fay Vincent said the current commissioner, Rob Manfred, made a, quote, a serious mistake by rushing to move the All-Star Game out of Atlanta. A column posted by the Wall Street Journal this past day. He says, Major League Baseball decided last week to move the All-Star Game. Of course, in relation to the law change in regards to voting. A law that many, including the president, Joe Biden, called racist. Activists jumped on, urging Manfred to push or punish Georgia. And by rushing to do so without first protesting the substance of the law, Manfred made a serious mistake, he says. Organizations like Major League Baseball have sometimes participated in public debates over policy. Moving directly to an economic sanction suggests Mr. Manfred believed the Georgia law required drastic intervention. But consider what he didn't do. He did not limit the number of home games that the Atlanta Braves will play. He'd have to get the approval of the Players Union to do that. The Braves owner, John Malone, obviously would have resisted. And he added, to move the All-Star Game is one thing. To ignore union and ownership power is quite another. With the announcement that the game would not be played in Atlanta due to the voting laws approved in Georgia that many consider restrictive. Georgia officials estimate a loss of about $100 million based on moving the game out of Atlanta. In his column, again, Vincent said, the Midsummer All-Star Game is an exhibition that benefits only the city where it's played. It was reported Tuesday morning. Denver will now be the new host. The players get paid no matter where the game takes place. Major League Baseball will get the same television revenue. The only people hurt by Manfred's decision will be Atlanta's stadium workers and local vendors. Now, Vincent served as commissioner from 1989 to 1992. He said during his time overseeing America's national pastime, I learned that the American people view baseball as a public trust. He said Americans want the game to stand for the best and noblest of our national virtues. Major League Baseball cannot become a weapon in the culture world, in the culture wars, a hostage for one political party or one political ideology. It can't be only for the rich or the poor, nor can it be only for one race, as it was until 1947. Baseball must stand above politics and the dark elements of corruption, greed, and sordid selfishness. It can't go wrong by standing for national greatness. Now, he cautioned that Manfred needs to be prudent here. Perhaps, maybe he now sees how complicated these issues can rapidly become. He just kind of left off by saying, well, yeah, I wish him well, but he made the bed. Now, isn't that the way they always used to say, you made the bed, you got to lay in it. Okay, on to what did we see? H.R. 1. Recall the piece of legislation, first piece of legislation introduced by this new Congress. As soon as they were sworn in. That's looking to, on a national level, change the election laws. There's a lot of opposition. I don't think there's a chance that this piece of legislation will be able to get through the Senate unless the Democrats eliminate the filibuster. Remember, that's been bandied around a lot in recent weeks. But it's beginning to look more and more like they're not going to have the votes they need to eliminate the filibuster. There's actually several Democrats, one of which has pretty much spoke right out and said she will not budge. So they're not going to have the votes. Is there a chance of getting it passed another way? Governor Abbott in Texas says if Democrats' sweeping changes to the election law are enacted via their H.R. 1, it will institutionalize voter fraud and prompt states to move their election days. He was being interviewed on Fox News, and he said he was asked about the prospects of H.R. 1. Discussing how he and Texas are boycotting Major League Baseball because of the league playing politics and the whole All-Star game thing we just talked about. Regarding the MLB, Governor Abbott said businesses need to focus on their business, not trying to influence election law legislation, especially if they have no idea what's actually in it. That seems to be the case with all these companies, which last I heard the number was like in excess of 200 companies that jumped on the bandwagon. What we need to do is have these business leaders realize they don't need to be responding to tweets or these bogus arguments that were put out by people like Stacey Abrams and others in Georgia. If you run a business, you need to focus on your job, advancing the cause of the shareholders. Stay out of the political arena, at least as it concerns to injecting themselves in a political process as we're trying to pass legislation about which these CEOs have no idea whatsoever they're about. Do they realize 72% of Americans support requiring a photo ID to vote? I mean, we're just shy of 3/4 of the American people. Hey, the American people, that's the constituents. That's the people that these elected officials are supposed to be representing at a state level and a federal level. Ask about how the American vote will change if Democrats succeed in federalizing the system and actually loosening voter requirements with H.R. 1. It would be a total disaster, he says, because it institutionalizes the avenues to perpetuate voter fraud in the United States of America. To which he said, quote, Texas will have no part of it. Texas and other states will move their state election dates so they don't coincide with federal elections. That way, the states can concentrate on preventing voter fraud without being tangled up in the federal election disaster. Didn't realize they could do that. He said what the federal government can do under the Constitution, they can regulate elections as it concerns federal officials. However, they cannot regulate elections concerning state officials. And so, states like Texas and other states will just pull out of having elections at the same time that the federal elections take place. That way, we'd be able to ensure the integrity of the election process, regardless of what H.R. 1 does. Very, very interesting there. But in Texas, Governor Abbott standing up for what's right. Okay, as we roll down the home stretch for hour number 1 here, we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. I want to move down to the border again for a moment, to which the former ICE Director Homan, he's kind of explaining what's happening here. And I after reading through his comments, I tend to believe he may be onto something that we hadn't really thought of. He said this surge along the border has been created by design. That it wasn't an accident. It wasn't unintentional. They knew exactly what they're doing. It is called an open borders agenda. Yeah, former Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director Tom Homan said, the current situation is the worst he's seen in his entire career. They knew what they were doing. This is not incompetence. This is not bad management. This is open borders. They designed an open borders agenda. The men and women of the Border Patrol actually feel abandoned. They're no longer enforcing the law. They're facilitating illegal entry at the instruction of this administration. Last week, the deputy chief of the Border Patrol told reporters he expects more than 1 million illegals to come to the U.S.-Mexico border this year. As we all know, February alone, the Border Patrol arrested about 100,000, the most in any month since 2019. Man, some days they're apprehended 6,000 plus in any given day. It was all totally preventable, he says. The Biden administration was briefed by ICE and Customs and Border Protection, and they were told if they end the programs that were put in place by former President Trump, there would be a surge, quote, like you've never seen before. They were warned in advance. Representative Brian Babin of Texas agrees the situation is out of control. We know it is a humanitarian crisis, not only for the migrants that are coming in. My heart goes out to some of those children when he toured the facility in Donna, Texas, a facility that should be holding 250 people. They had more than 5,700 people stacked inside like sardines. For the Border Patrol, morale is down. Yeah, they're doing a tremendous job, but what the administration has done, opening the borders that are putting Americans and migrants alike in danger. He also responded to AOC, who called she called for a gut check with people who are calling the border situation a surge, accusing the term of being used consciously by people trying to invoke a militaristic frame. Babin said, where is she now? We actually asked after Vice President Kamala Harris was given charge of the situation by the president. We actually invited her. Come down, visit with us at some of these spots on our itinerary. We heard nothing. And absolutely, while this administration is telling us to continue to wear masks and only visit with just a few handful of people until we hit the month of July, yeah, they're actually stacking people up in these facilities who are COVID positive. Now, lastly, we got the new numbers. You think 100,000 was a busy month there in the month of February? We're now into the month of April. The March numbers officially came in, and they are off the charts. It was in excess of, I believe it was 171,000 that came in during the month of March, which says the surge continues to grow. We're now at the biggest numbers in 15 years. More than 171,000. That's the preliminary data reported this past day. The official Customs and Border Protection figures contradict President Biden's claims that his administration's facing an influx no different than we've seen in previous years. This happens every year. The numbers have more than doubled since January. Last month, Customs and Border Protection took in more than 18,800 unaccompanied minors. That was a 99% rise from February, a figure significantly higher than the previous 1 month high back in May of 2019. That 1 month high was less than 12,000. The jump in the number arriving as part of family groups was even greater last night, more than 53,000 from just under 20,000 in the month of February and just over 7,000 in January. This is a new level of challenge for this administration. What is their border strategy? Particularly given the rising number of families. I said, while Biden insisted last week that such a rise in these crossing the border, it happens every year. Well, the numbers that are in now for the month of March no doubt contradict that claim. The increase in crossings for the first 2 months of Biden's administration is more than any comparable period over the past 2 decades. Okay? The biggest 2-month increase during the last big surge in 2019 was about 45,000 in raw numbers. Between January and March of this year, it's more than 90,000. Overwhelming numbers of unaccompanied children in recent weeks. Yeah, the border agents, as Eagle said on a number of occasions, are actually acting as babysitters right now. Now, to help clarify or rectify the situation, Customs and Border Protection announced on Friday the opening of a new 90,000 square foot tent facility near Eagle Pass, Texas. Another similar site is also under consideration in the state of Arizona. And another problem, they say, is their attempt to apprehend more determined male entrants with the number of what they call gotaways, those that are detected but not caught, have gone up to nearly 1,000 per day. 1,000 a day right now. These are the guys, the young men that are taking advantage of this policy right now. Agents are so busy with the thousands that are actually just turning themselves in. They may see them on cameras, they may see them with binoculars, but they're called gotaways. 1,000 per day are surging into this country. And you know what? You don't know if they're, the MS-13, the gang members, the drug dealers, the rapists. You don't know who they are. They're gotaways. All right, we're going to get to a news update here. Lines available. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden is pushing his deadline for all states to make coronavirus vaccines available to all adults up by 2 weeks. Biden said Tuesday that his new goal is to have vaccinations available to every American adult that wants one by April 19th. He'd previously set a deadline of May 1st for states to open up their vaccine eligibilities. Speaking from the White House, the president urged people to continue to wear masks and socially distance, saying that while there are better days ahead, we aren't at the finish line yet.
The virus is spreading because we have too many people who've seen the end in sight, think we're at the finish line already. Let me be deadly earnest with you. We aren't at the finish line. We still have a lot of work to do. We're still in a life and death race against this virus. Until we get more people vaccinated, we need everyone to wash their hands, socially distance, and mask up in a recommended mask from the CDC.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard here for Ocean Salmon. It's the New Year is on its way and you're making those resolutions. One of yours this year to eat better. And you know what? Salmon should be a part of that. And the best salmon is available delivered to you from our friends at oceansalmon.com. Chilean, farm-raised, sustainably raised in the cold Chilean waters. You know, it's one thing to make a commitment to eat better. The next step in that is knowing where your salmon comes from. The very best salmon comes from Chile, and that is oceansalmon.com. Go right now, oceansalmon.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR15. You will get an additional pound of salmon, 15% off, and free shipping. Ocean Salmon, OSHENSALMON, oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Free shipping, an additional pound, oh my goodness, and 15% off. Oceansalmon.com, OSHEN salmon.com. That's oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Hurry, supplies are limited.
The Biden administration is considering how to handle next year's Winter Olympic Games in Beijing. The State Department said Tuesday that the administration is consulting with its allies in forming a strategy in handling the Games in China with that country's human rights record. Officials deny that a full boycott has been discussed, even though several human rights groups have called on the U.S. to skip the Games over China's treatment of Tibet, Hong Kong, and its Uyghur minority. State Department spokesman Ned Price says there's no timeline on a decision on the Games, with them starting in February of 2022. And Congressman Alcee Hastings has died after a battle with cancer. The Florida Democrat was the longest-serving member of Florida's congressional delegation, first taking office in 1993. During his time on the Hill, Hastings was a member of the House Rules Committee and the Congressional Black Caucus. He became Florida's first African-American federal judge in 1979 when he was appointed to the federal bench by President Jimmy Carter. Hastings announced in January 2019 that he'd been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, but would remain working in Congress during his treatment. Hastings was 84. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The CDC has released the latest on the number of Americans who have received the COVID-19 vaccine. John Clemens reports.
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, director of the CDC, reports on the progress.
To date, more than 106 million people have received at least one dose, and more than 61.4 million, or 18.5%, are fully vaccinated.
Dr. Walensky tells us she knows about the frustration of many Americans to get past this pandemic.
I understand that people are tired and that they are ready for this pandemic to be over, as am I. Please continue to hang in there and to continue to do the things that we know prevent the spread of the virus.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
With that progress on vaccinations, California Governor Gavin Newsom announced that his state's economy would be reopening. Newsom announced Tuesday that California's restrictions on businesses would be completely revoked on June 15th, as long as hospitalization and vaccination rates remain stable. The state will also end its four-tiered system used to determine risk levels in a given municipality. The state's mask mandate will remain in place, specifically for high-risk indoor settings. And Iowa's Luka Garza has won the Wooden Award as the top player in men's college basketball. It finishes a clean sweep of the Player of the Year awards for the senior, as he also won the Oscar Robertson Trophy, the Naismith Trophy, and AP Player of the Year honors. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of one dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And we jump back into it, hour number 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Yeah, we're waiting to hear that. Mike. He'll wake up eventually. Some of the comments, let me quickly jump in here. Paul said, morning from Dayton, Ohio. I pull a tank for one of the largest truck stop chains. Listened to your show for years. Thank you so much, Paul. Eskimo Mom checking in from Fort Wayne. One of the joys of trucking is you never know what you're going to be doing from home day to day. Headed to Lansing tonight for a drop and hook, turn and burn, but it is a beautiful 64 degrees. Night shift nurse checking in. That's Chris. Good to have you with us. A lot of folks saying, how about them Reds? Yeah, 14-1. Okay. So I guess that was the final score over the Pirates this past evening. I think, according to the news, they've got a 12:30 game today. They'll be wrapping up that series. Andrew's with it there in Houston this morning. Good morning, Andrew. Let's see. Mike says, Steve, I've been a Mets fan since I was first born. And before I was born, okay. Let's see. How were you a Mets fan before you were born? Let's see. Hello from California, Los Gatos, California. That's Steve checking in. And Dale, morning, Steve, and all the gang. Good to have you with us. Some of the comments there this morning. Looking at the one last. Buckeye Boy checking in from Arizona near the flag where it's 41. A little cooler than the 81 I was in near Hollywood. I'm headed east, headed back to Georgia. Great to have you with us. Then from the email bag, one of our listening friends, who was that? Mike, this past day. Starts off by saying, good to hear you back. I listen whenever I can. I do not drive a truck, but I live in New Vienna, Ohio, just outside of Hillsboro. I think it was last Thursday night on TV. I saw an ad that ran that kind of shocked me. I wasn't paying close attention the first time it aired. You know, it was a commercial. But the next time it ran, I noticed it was a commercial that was in Spanish for auto jobs in Ohio. The ad continued to claim jobs paying $100,000 per with full benefits and all the extras. The website that was flashing at the bottom of the screen was OhioAutomotiveJobs.com. Spectrum Reach Automotive. And when I looked it up, it's an ad agency. I haven't been able to actually find the ad online, but it ran 5 or 6 times in like an hour. The very last time it ran, it was actually in English with the same information. I haven't heard of anybody talking about this ad, pandering to essentially illegals flooding across the border trying to bring these people to Ohio. Have you seen this ad yet? And I almost bet Ohioans are going to be footing the bill for these people when they flood into the state of Ohio. I have not seen the ad. He did send me, though, the link there. Automotive jobs in your area, Spectrum Reach, as it's called. Looking to start or further your career in service, parts, sales. Okay, but advertising in Espanol. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing that, Michael. No, I haven't seen or heard the ad. You're the first to mention it. But 5 or 6 times in an hour. Okay. With that, it is 844-844-3388. Very quiet on the phones tonight. Chevy Guy, what's going on?
Not a whole lot. It's Fairly cool down here. Beautiful night. Starry sky. Good time to be up and running in South Carolina. Okay. Just a thought. All these young men are coming in. And Biden's up there. It's hit. It's still about the mask. We're not done yet. Got these numbers. Now they got a new one coming in, and it's aerosol. I think you and I have had that conversation in the past, even on the cruise ship, how they made everybody lock down into their staterooms, but everybody was still getting sick. So it could have been aerosol going through the ventilation system, getting people sick. So it seems like they keep slapping us around and changing the stories, and who knows. They're talking about there's a great big a boom or a spread. And, of course, the first thing they point out, I heard this on Tucker Carlson, they talk about it being a bad deal down in Florida. Basically because they're open for business down there. But they never mentioned the fact that within 2 or 3 on that list is Michigan that's locked down tight still. And how do you have a business that's been locked down for over a year?
Yep.
And, I mean, you don't have a business. You got to pay your rent. I don't know how you do it. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, you say you suspend all rent. Well, excuse me, the landlord's still got to pay maintenance. He's still got to pay his taxes. So, boom, the landlord goes belly up, and you still lose the business. But here's the other clincher. Could all this expansion or the rise in the COVID be these young men? What you said, 1,000 a day? I mean, and they're busting them out they're busting them off the border. Still wonder where they're going. It just not to mention that Tucker did mention this little event. They are setting up camps in Army bases. They're setting up camps, and they're telling the soldiers, they're telling the people on base, keep your, hush.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to speak to anybody about it. Tucker Carlson said the only problem is we have a member of our staff that actually has a soldier on that base and was able to say privately, yes, they're putting up tents. We're paying for it. They're putting these illegals and storing them on these tents. They're American taxpayers paying for all of it, the food, taking care of all these people. Hey, if we could do this for illegals, how come we couldn't do this for all those people camped out all over the state of California because the rent's too high? I mean, a lot of the people in California have jobs, but they can't afford rent. So, they got brand new cars sitting out there, but they're sleeping in tents. This is insanity. But we're looking down the road, buddy. You're a young man. What's the one thing you're going to definitely want? You're going to want a woman. Well, you get you a woman. You have to have money. You have to have a job, something that you can take care of. Take her out to eat, and eventually, if you set up house, you're going to need money. You're going to need money. Now, how you do that with no Social Security number?
Right.
You don't speak English. And how do you do all that? You have a car and a house, and you don't have a Social Security number. You don't have anything. And what's going to happen is a lot of these young men are going to get disillusioned, and a lot of these men are going to turn to anger, and they're going to start demanding. Well, I wouldn't have come up here, and then if I knew all this. And the bottom line is on the Democrats in Washington, they've got to push this issue. They want to loosen election laws. They have to make it so all these illegals are able to vote, and that they can change all this. So basically your Social Security won't mean nothing. They have to change the face of this country, or it won't be a payoff for what they've done to let these people in. And above all, hear me. Anybody listen to me. Don't mistreat nobody. a lot of these people know exactly what socialism's all about, and I guarantee you, when they find out they can get a job, they're not gonna, and how expensive it is to live in this country, they're not going to be all apt to vote Democrat when they find out that 60-70% of their tax or their income is going to be taxed. And it just, there is no easy end to this. It's a nightmare. And like I said, 2 years, there's nothing we can do except for sit back and complain. And 2 years, we might be able to do something about it. I'm so aggravated about Georgia, I don't know what to say. I said it last night. Finally, if Brian Kemp and the rest of them and our courts had done their job and made sure that this election was proper, maybe we wouldn't be facing this nightmare. And and they let it happen. And like I said, Brian Kemp and all that. The only reason why they're at it right now is no more or less is they know that in Georgia, if they allowed his election to go on like they did for Donald Trump, he won't get elected. A Republican won't be elected in the state. It all comes down to this simple little thing: one man, one vote. Pardon me, one person, one vote, and an American citizen. And other than that, that's what they're not. That's what they're fighting for. And I'd sit there and listen to the news just a little bit ago in Augusta before I left, and they're still saying that it's a racist law. Excuse me, Brian Kemp and all that had a press conference and was explaining it, and tried to challenge the news reporters. What's illegal about it? You saying that they're shortening the election time? Well, the fact is they lengthened the election times. So he challenged the reporters and they couldn't. They could not challenge the narrative that's being put out there. They could not challenge it, and he gave them every chance. So I just absolutely have no. You got the whole system. I guess what it comes down to is we drained the swamp, and we seen the swamp creatures. And the swamp creatures are fighting back. So I guess it's just maybe we didn't realize what kind of a fight we were going to do when we drained the swamp. Like down in Savannah, I guess they wanted to count the alligators. They drained the swamp just outside of Savannah, and I swear to you, there was at least 100 alligators laying all over that where the swamp water went down that day.
Wow!
And I kid you not. Oh yeah. By the way, I still that little alligator. Over the winter time, she moved away from over here in the truck scales, and sure enough, that woman truck driver we come down here, she started feeding him again, and now he's staying right there. One of these days, the trucker's going to step out, and the pictures I'm putting on, guys, it doesn't look. He don't look that big, but he's huge. One of these days, somebody's going to step out with a white pair of tennis shoes. He's going to come up, and I've seen him. He'll shoot up out of the water to get a turtle, and he's fast. One of these days, they're going to drag a truck driver down in that swamp before they finally get rid of him. So I don't know what the deal is.
Where is
that? They let them get this big.
I've seen some of the pictures.
It's
of
right
the
there
alligator.
The pictures is right there in Charleston, just on the West Baco truck scale, or West Rock actually is the name of the company. But yeah, it's right there in Hanahan, right there outside, right there next to the along the Cooper River, big old paper plant right there.
Okay.
So, all right, I want to sit back. Yeah, I appreciate it. I listen to myself. I stutter a lot. I really appreciate y'all tolerating me.
Boy.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the show last night, and I know I'll enjoy it tonight because I know we've got a bunch of good callers going to call in. Tim,
all right, well, I'm waiting for those callers
tonight.
All
copy the
right.
mail.
Thank you very much. Copy in the mail. Like I said, yeah, lines are wide open here. It's 844-844-3380. I got a message from Deranger, and it says the pilot location in Houghton, Louisiana, The pilot is opened. No diesel trucks can fuel. They've got like a major hazmat situation. I don't know when it's going to open back up. All right, so I did a quick search. Can't find anything on what's going on there. I'm assuming they had some sort of a spill, right? Hazmat deal. Chet checking in via email. So happy to listen to you once again. I really missed the late night talk and all the regular callers. The new iPhone app downloaded perfectly, so no more covering my phone with dirty socks to block the light, right? Steve, I was wondering if you'd heard about this scenario. Yeah, actually, in just the past few hours, as I was scouring through doing my show prep, I saw someone had posted this, and is it realistically possible? He said, this is what's been floated out there, apparently. Trump runs for a congressional seat in the state of Florida. Wins hands down. Now, the next step would be Republicans having to retake the House and the Senate in 2022. Trump becomes Speaker of the House. Republican House and Senate vote to impeach Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Schumer. That's a bit of a stretch, right? And guess what? Trump becomes president, runs again in 2024. I mean, yes. Yeah, Chet, as you said, it's a long shot, but people are kind of thinking outside the box. Yeah, would Trump be interested in running for a congressional seat in the state of Florida? Yeah, as far as winning that, yeah, probably would. Then Santa Claus checking in here from out in California said, I guess going back to the whole scenario about all these companies that are speaking out against having to present an identification to vote, the Georgia law, which is insane. Do you think Delta Airlines is going to let any one of us on one of their planes without a passport or a valid ID? We all know the answer to that, Santa Claus. There's not a chance in hell. There's no chance. No. Anyway, on another note, did you hear Caitlyn Jenner, as a Republican, is consulting with President Trump's former campaign manager about running for Governor Newsom's possible open seat if Newsom gets recalled? I did see, I saw that story as well. I would have never guessed that Caitlyn Jenner is a Republican, and according to one link, one story said is actually a Trump supporter. It kind of defies the narrative. But anyway, Santa Claus says, getting ready to head to Hill Air Force Base in Utah. Santa Claus out. What are the odds? Caitlyn Jenner, formerly known as Bruce Jenner, looking to run for the governor position there in the state of California. Now, somewhere in the mix, for the longest, Newsom has been kind of brushing this whole recall thing, brushing it aside, thinking, there is not a chance. I'm untouchable. I'll find it here in a moment. Former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger of California is trying to tell Newsom, hey, don't brush this off. You better take it serious because it's happened before. Yeah, that's how Arnold Schwarzenegger became governor in California. When Governor Gray Davis, was recalled, the people had had enough. Memory serves me, the thing that had them so angry was, you can maybe refresh my memory, wasn't Governor Davis was looking to give illegals in the state driver's licenses, something along that line, and the people said, no, hell no. Now, that was a number of years ago. Things have obviously dramatically changed there in the state of California. But, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger became governor due to a recall. And there's a good chance, the way it's looking now, that Newsom will find himself probably getting recalled in California. Let me see here. Is this Rob?
Hey, morning, Steve. I haven't talked to you since the old place. So, I'm calling in with immigration, everybody coming over. Right now, you figure Joe Biden and everybody wants to go ahead and raise the corporate tax again. Yet you got Ford already announcing that they're leaving Ohio to go down probably to Mexico.
Right.
So where's everybody going to work? If all these jobs are moving down south, if the corporate tax is going up, then why are they all coming here still?
Well, they can. I mean, even if they get what they call like a minimum wage job, they're making more than they're going to make in Honduras or Nicaragua. I mean, low pay to what would be me or you, to them would be considered great pay.
But I know that when these companies are moving down to like Mexico and different countries, they're making them pay like a certain wage to be down there. It's not like a regular sweatshop and stuff like that.
Correct.
And then, all of a sudden, with everything going on, with the immigration, this and that, I'm a veteran. I know your son's a veteran and stuff like that. Even though all these federal employees, they take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And I don't know what it's going to take before, like, our military leaders or somebody would step up and say anything. Because I'm just at this point, it's just at the point of ridiculous. And I'm not even trying to play, like, politics one way or another. I supported Trump. But at this point, I mean, Democrats and everybody else are sitting there going, hey, this border, we've got to take care of it. And absolutely nothing's been done. I don't know if term limits were going to do anything. Right now, I'm in Virginia. I grew up in Ohio. And you got people like Mercy Kaptur up in Toledo, been in office for decades, but doesn't do anything. And yet they'll go ahead and vote it right back in.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if term limits will help any of this or what's going on.
Well, term limits would be a definite step in the right direction. I could guarantee you that. You get some fresh, we need some new blood, some new ideas up there. And, the term, the swamp. So many elected officials, initially when they were elected in the state of Ohio, the state of Indiana, whatever your respective state is, they go to Washington as a freshman with the best of intentions, good ideas, we're going to change the world. We're going to drain the swamp. But for whatever reason, in short order, they suddenly are the swamp. I remember there was one representative from Ohio, no less, who got elected to the House, went up to D.C., and it didn't take him long to realize if you're gonna be here, you're gonna play the game this way. And it was so corrupt that he said, "I'm not going to have any part of this." He bailed out. But that we're up to news break time, but plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
New data from Johns Hopkins University shows that nearly half of new coronavirus infections in the United States are coming from 5 states. Florida, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania have reported 44% of the country's new cases over the last 7 days. Health officials worry that similar increases in infections could occur in other areas of the country as more states open up. And a new report says that the Biden administration may be restarting construction on the southern border wall. The report from the Washington Times says that Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is considering filling gaps left in the border wall when President Biden signed an executive order halting all construction. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki confirmed Tuesday that some construction has already been funded, possibly giving DHS the option to finish particular projects on the wall. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, we'll get back to your calls here just ahead. And as I've been saying, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. One of our listening friends that calls in, typically, like last hour of the show, usually starts his day like 4 a.m., and that's Larry that checks in from time to time, Larry Stone. And he shared a little piece a few hours ago. In regards to Major League Baseball, take me away from the ball game. Take me away from the crowd. Don't buy those peanuts or Cracker Jacks. No, really, I don't care if I ever go back. Dear Major League Baseball, I need an identification to buy a house, a car, to fly on an airline, to pick up my prescription, to get my check cashed, to buy alcohol. But you say I don't need an ID to vote in a national election. Because it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. I think you just struck out. I don't care if I ever go back. It'd be interesting to see what the numbers are, the ratings. Yeah, we kind of go back and you can look at the NFL. They took a bit of a hit with the whole kneeling, but for the national anthem, that whole controversy. But they continued plugging on, and a lot of people have gone back to the NFL. Is this just the kind of thing where, the dust will settle and life gets back to normal? More likely than not. Then I mentioned, I found the story during the break there. I mentioned Governor Newsom in California. Former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger warning Governor Newsom, don't ignore the threat of a recall election. The atmosphere in that state is the same now as it was when he was elected. Of course, replacing Gray Davis in 2003's recall election. He said the recall effort that Newsom is facing shares several similarities to the one that put him in office. It's pretty much the same atmosphere today as it was then, he said. There was dissatisfaction at the highest level. People are working very hard. They're making unbelievable sacrifices every day. It's tough to raise kids and have a family and go through this challenge, working to make ends meet, and you feel like, wait a minute. But Sacramento doesn't really do everything for us that they promised they'll do. We're working hard, but they're not. They're failing us every single day. That's what I see as the similarities from 2003. It's the same vibe. It's the same with the momentum. Something that sets it off to a higher level, kind of the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's like an explosion, he says. He went on to say, in Newsom's case, it was the French Laundry thing. With us, it was, he goes back up. With us, it was the power outages back in 2003. Okay, so when asked about Newsom's comment that the push is it's a Republican recall, Schwarzenegger said, the Republican Party is, like I've said, dying at the box office. This is the crazy thing here. When they say it's a power grab of the Republicans, let me tell you, the California Republicans couldn't get anyone elected. It's ludicrous. In California, the Republican Party doesn't even exist. These are signatures of the ordinary people that have signed off for the recall of Newsom. So he's trying to say that we know the Republicans, it's not like they don't exist. Yeah, there's plenty of Republicans in the state of California, but they're just overwhelmingly outnumbered. Yeah. Lastly, he said the political parties are going to make it right away about them. Republicans are going to claim the Democrats are terrible. Then the Democrats are going to come home and say it's a power grab. I heard that 1 million times in 2003. It had nothing to do then, and it has nothing to do today with either party. People in general are dissatisfied. This is the people's way of kind of letting off some steam, and then they decide, do we want to follow through with this or not follow through with this? But okay, there you go. Let's get back to the calls here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Hey there, Horse Feathers. What's going on?
Good morning, Your Honor. Or are we supposed to start out, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
There you go. I was wondering where you were. You're normally first out of the box on a hump day. Hump day.
Yeah, work interferes with pleasure all the time. You know how that goes. So So, anyways, I heard Chevy guy there kind of questioning me there last night. So the first question is about Chevy guy is, how does he seem to know all the words to that Shania Twain song? He seemed to sing it pretty good there himself. So anyways, but anyways, no, the other question I had with Knucklebuster there with the pool noodle, is I didn't know, because he didn't mention the toilet paper part, but I also didn't know if he was using the bucket for number 2 and maybe the pool noodle for number 1. Because wasn't it Jim Croce or something that said that you don't pee into the wind? Oh, wait a minute, no, don't spit in the wind. Well, what was that song? Was that Leroy Brown that was that in, or Big Bad something? You have to look into the memory banks for that one. But anyways, So did you hear about the big major shooting we had here in Frederick, Maryland there yesterday morning?
I was hearing something about that. Some sort of a technical complex or something, but then the guy was trying to get into the naval base, was he?
Well, apparently he was a corpsman in the Navy, and he, by the sounds of it, almost targeted these 2 individuals that he shot who actually lived. And then he apparently decided he wanted to get in Fort Detrick and kind of went through the check-in process, but didn't wait for the check-in process to be finished and crashed through the gate. And the military police mile into the installation there, and he stepped out of the vehicle with his weapon, and the military police didn't hesitate. They kind of made him lay down horizontal, and I don't think they asked first before they used their weapons. So I'm thinking the regular police maybe ought to take notice and possibly learn something from the military police, that sometimes when you have an active shooter, it's better to shoot first and ask questions later.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah.
But could you by chance, this corpsman that caused all this nonsense and catastrophe and everything, could you by chance look up his name? Because they said it on the news and I couldn't understand it, and I don't think I could pronounce it. I'm not even sure if you can.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard the news, and I'm going to try to pull it up here, but yeah, I don't know that I could pronounce it either.
So, so I'm just wondering what his followings, what his beliefs were. I mean, was he a follower of one of these other radical type beliefs that we have problems with? So, anyways, but
what was the shooter the guy last week? Wasn't he? He was a follower of the what was it called? Nation of Islam, the Farrakhan group.
Yeah, Louis Farrakhan. He was a big follower of him, the one from Jersey there, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, they're having all these shootings, but they don't seem to be falling into the narrative that the press needs to highlight all these shootings, to have them be the white supremacists out here doing all this. What's going on with that? Did they not? When they put out the call for everybody doing the shootings, did they not specify what type of person was supposed to do it so they could have the news coverage? So I don't know. I guess I'm not supposed to say that. It'd probably get me in more trouble that way too. So I don't know. But anyways, so I'm definitely on the sidelines for baseball this year, especially now that they finalized the whole Denver deal. And as you said, we're saying last night, didn't you say Colorado there had more stricter voting regulations than Georgia does?
That was one of the. I think it was Scooter that emailed, and I said I'm not sure. He mentioned that they've got like a voter ID law, but I guess the mayor in Denver says no, they have very progressive election rules. So I don't know exactly. I'd have to look that up as well.
All right. So, well, that's about all we got going for you. And the one last thing about the whole thing, the only thing I watch the Ellen show for there is weight control. because if I've decided I've eaten too much during the day, I can turn on Ellen, and about within the first 2 or 3 minutes of that show being on, I can lose weight pretty quickly there. You know what I mean? Kind of your last meal you get rid of your last meal quickly that way.
Yep, I heard that.
But anyways, so other than that, I'm hoping we got a dry day today, and I don't know, something about you and the AccuWeather guys are supposed to be sending showers out here for what? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, cold air and all that to go with it.
At least you're not talking the severe stuff, but yeah, you are going to be looking at a little rainy this weekend. I know we're going to be in the 70s rest of the week. Then looks like next week we're going to be trending below normal. We get like only low to mid 50s for about a 7-day period.
Well, that'll make everybody turn their furnaces back on because they've gotten used to this warmer weather now, and they're going to get chilly at night. So they'll all want to put their propane furnaces back on, and that'll keep me in business there for another couple of weeks.
Yeah, speaking of furnaces, hell, I found out what the cost of running a bunch of space heaters during a cold month. Remember, I went for an entire month running those little space heaters all over my house.
Yeah. How'd that work out for you?
I got a $481 electric bill. I about flipped.
Wow.
I'm normally in I'm at 170. Yeah, in the spring and the fall. Yeah, maybe $200 in a typical winter month, in the summer months when it's hot, and I got the pool pump running all day and whatnot. But $481, I thought something's got to be wrong here, and I started questioning it, and then it took me a moment. I thought, oh man, yeah, I had 1, 2, 3, 4 space heaters running for nearly a month, and that's a lot of juice there, horse feathers.
Yeah, it is, but the cost that people put up down there in Texas there where they had a frozen water pipe and caused damage, you had a plumber out there, you would have paid a lot more than that. So you're money ahead. Even though you paid that much, you're still money ahead compared to what you could have been in, and you were a lot warmer. So not that it's a good thing, but we'll get past it. Put some Hot Shot Secret in that heat pump of yours. Maybe it'll do better.
Well, that's all back up and running, so we'll see how much of a drop we see from. You get your bill. Yeah, I think they read the meter I believe it's my next reading today, if I'm not mistaken. Because that would have been a March reading on March the 5th or 6th or something, and you're pretty much paying for the month before. That was the entire month of February. That you get that bill early in March on, and that's what it was. It's like, whoa, sticker shock. All right, he mentioned the shooter there in Maryland, identified as an E4. He's Fantahun Germa Woldensbet. That's about as close as I can bet. 38 years old. He lived in Frederick. He did not live on the base. Yeah, the police chief said the 2 that were wounded were also members of the Navy stationed at Fort Detrick. So we're going on about 8:30 yesterday morning. Riverside Tech Park. Yeah, a warehouse rented by Naval Medical Research Center, the Biological Defense Research Directorate, to store research supplies and equipment. Security at the fort had received an alert. Be on the lookout for this guy's personal vehicle, Woldensbet's personal vehicle. When he pulled up, they pulled him over. But before they could search his vehicle, apparently he drove off. Before he could be searched, the general added. He drove past the gate, made it a half mile in. He was pursued, stopped in a parking lot, got out of the car, brandishing a rifle, at which point he was shot right there. Now, one of the 2 victims remains in critical condition. The other was released from the hospital Tuesday afternoon. All right, nothing further as far as motivations, his job, whether he knew the two victims or why he headed back to the base. We don't know what his mental status at the time was. And we're certainly going to find all that out. So there you go. Yeah, another tense moments there. It's about 8 before the hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388 on a quiet Wednesday, hump day morning. And is it, what's the handle? Is it Muster or Buster?
No, it's
Lester. Lester. Okay. Hello, Lester.
Hi, how you doing tonight, Steve?
I'm doing all right. Hey, I got your email, that little flyer you put together for some of the drivers.
Yeah.
It's your
I was on your email, and I printed all 3 pages, and I cut it all down and put it all on 1 page, and I made some notes and posted it up in the shop and made 25 copies so that the drivers could pick it up and figure out, where you're at.
Yeah, did you know other drivers that listened to the show in the past and whatnot, or?
Oh yeah, there is, and they're just, a lot of them didn't know where to find you at, and when I found that on the online, I thought, well, let me do some finagling with this, and I took 3, like I said, I took the 3 pages and cut them and split them and made 1 page out of it and add some comments to it, and that way they know exactly where you are now.
He kind of made like his own personal flyer for, he pulled this off the Overnight Drive Radio website, obviously, but under the where to listen, download the app store, the Google Play. It's got all the different podcast locations, Deezer, iHeart, Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Breaker, all of them. And I guess he hand printed down at the bottom, download the Android app, Apple app, iOS app, terrestrial radio coming soon. And he put the phone number down there. Well, that was very nice of you, Lester, to try to help get the word out, promote the show. Thank you.
Yeah. The guys is always asking, what's going on, and when are you coming to regular radio? And I said, well, it's coming. It's just taking a little bit of time, and
like everything.
And when I seen that today, I thought, let me put a little bit of flyer together, and that way they know what's easier for them to tune into. And so that's what I did, and printed them up and took them to work tonight. And I called the boss and asked him if I could post it. He said, sure. He said, the guys would like to see where you are, because a lot of them do listen.
All right. Well, thank you. If they weren't like a friend on Facebook, or they didn't do like a Google search or whatever, they never find me.
Right. That's exactly right. They would not find you. And they know I talk on the show, and different things, and that I go on the cruises with you guys, and they've asked me from day one, and I tell them, and I figured, perfect example. I'll fix this little flyer up and hand it out to them, and they know exactly where to go.
Bingo.
Hey, it was 77 out today. I was surprised. I came out of the house to go get my COVID shot, and it was almost having a heat stroke. I come in at night and it's 50 degrees, 48 degrees, and go out the next day, it's 77. Now, I got my second COVID shot today, and Debbie got hers yesterday, and I didn't plan on working tonight, but I had planned on taking off, but I screwed up the times and stuff, and I end up working anyway, and I got the next couple of days off. But I don't have to go that far, though. I've been running Indianapolis this week, so it's not too bad today.
So did you do the Pfizer or the Moderna? Which one did you do?
It was Moderna.
The Moderna, okay.
We did it at Kroger's. Yeah.
So how about any side effects?
Like
I think Moderna is the one where the second shot on more people tends to make them feel kind of sick. I think it's like, maybe 1 in 4 that actually have some, really don't feel very well. You feeling kind of ill tonight, or you okay?
Right. No, actually, Debbie called me earlier because I hadn't planned on working, because I had worked my schedule out. But, of course, working the split shifts that I work, I got them mixed up, and I should have been off tonight instead of Wednesday and Thursday, but oh well.
Yeah.
But the first shot, I put it in my right arm because they asked you if you're sleeping on your right or left side, and I told them my left, and they said, well, we want to put this in your right because you won't be able to lay on the right side once you get your shot because it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
So the first shot, it hurt for about a day. And like I said, Debbie's ran from her fingertips all the way up to her shoulder, up into her neck. And it lasted about a day and a half on the first shot. And her second shot, which was day before yesterday, she had the same thing. And today it's gone. And she really hasn't had no adverse reactions. And today, I got my shot today around 3 o'clock this afternoon, or yesterday afternoon. And right now, I'm just getting a little bit of soreness in the right shoulder. Had a little bit of a small headache earlier. But other than that, everything seems to be going good.
Well,
we'll know more about it tomorrow.
Yeah, let us know if you start growing a tail or something,
Yeah, that's right. Matter of fact, if I do, I'm going to start charging for that. I can't be in the Barnum Bailey circus no more since they don't have a circus, and the freak show and stuff. But I could always try, I guess.
Yeah. Someone had posted a meme I saw last week where the ringmaster was letting go all the freaks from the freak show, the bearded lady, the bearded lady, and all that stuff, because I'm sorry, but you're not freaks anymore. This is what everybody. It's you're everyday ordinary people now.
Yeah, that's ordinary people now. You're going to have to get a job washing dishes or something.
Yep.
Oh, there's a new shortage out, don't you?
There's
a new shortage.
Is it the one I'm thinking of? The ketchup?
Ketchup packets.
Ketchup packets.
They said because of they're not allowed to put ketchup on the tables and everything, that it's creating a ketchup shortage for the little packets. Oh boy, it's never going to stop, is it?
I hadn't noticed any shortage at this point, but yeah, I somewhere in the mix, I had that story printed up last night, and since we didn't get to it, that means it's got to be in my little archive stack here. But yeah, it is supposedly it's going to go on for a while. The way they're making it sound.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised when you pull up to a window and they say, "Well, sorry, no ketchup."
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, how are you going to eat these fries without no ketchup anyway? I guess it'd be a little difficult.
That'll be the next thing.
But
people will be hoarding ketchup packets, right?
That's right. Yeah, they'd be putting them on the black market, selling them for a pretty good price. How's the family doing?
Everybody doing well. Doing well. Thank you, sir. Had a good Easter weekend.
That's good.
Yep.
Well, that's good. I figured I'd just give you a shout and say, hey, I knew you didn't have a lot of callers tonight, and I was just
it's kind
killing some time coming from Indianapolis.
It is one of those quiet nights there, Lester. Well, thank you so much for the call, and I found that. Supply chain problems reaching into the far corners of the business universe. Ketchup packets. He is correct. Have you noticed? All right, with that, let's get a news update, and we'll come back. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
New data from Johns Hopkins University shows that nearly half of new coronavirus infections in the United States are coming from 5 states. Florida, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania have reported 44% of the country's new cases over the last 7 days. Health officials worry that similar increases in infections could occur in other areas of the country as more states open up. And a new report says that the Biden administration may be restarting construction on the southern border wall. The report from the Washington Times says that Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is considering filling gaps left in the border wall when President Biden signed an executive order halting all construction. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki confirmed Tuesday that some construction has already been funded, possibly giving DHS the option to finish particular projects on the wall. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Major League Baseball has found a new home for the All-Star Game. Tim Berg has more.
The Major League Baseball All-Star Game now will be played at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp says Major League Baseball will regret their decision to move the All-Star Game out of his state.
I mean, it's almost comical moving the All-Star Game from a city that's, or a metro area that's 51% African-American to a metro area that's 10% African-American.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. Also, Republican Senator from South Carolina, Tim Scott, pointing out that Georgia has 17 days of early voting. Meanwhile, Colorado only has 15. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former MLB Commissioner Fay Vincent is criticizing the move. In an opinion piece for the Wall Street Journal, Vincent accused MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred of making a serious mistake that will only hurt workers in Atlanta who would have benefited from the game. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
President Biden is pushing his deadline for all states to make coronavirus vaccines available to adults up by 2 weeks. Biden said Tuesday that his new goal is to have vaccinations available to every American adult that wants one by April 19th. He'd previously set a deadline of May 1st for states to open up their vaccine eligibilities. Speaking from the White House, the president urged people to continue to wear masks and social distance, saying that while there are better days ahead, we aren't at the finish line yet.
The virus is spreading because we have too many people who, seeing the end in sight, think we're at the finish line already. Let me be deadly earnest with you. We aren't at the finish line. We still have a lot of work to do. We're still in a life and death race against this virus. Until we get more people vaccinated, we need everyone to wash their hands, socially distance, and mask up in a recommended mask from the CDC.
And the Biden administration is considering how to handle next year's Winter Olympic Games in Beijing. The State Department said Tuesday that the administration is consulting with its allies in forming a strategy to handle the games in China with that country's human rights records. State Department officials clarified that a joint boycott has not been discussed. even though several human rights groups have called on the U.S. to skip the Games over China's treatment of Tibet, Hong Kong, and its Uyghur minority. State Department spokesman Ned Price said there is no timeline on a decision on the Games, with opening ceremonies not until February of 2022. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, so we'll jump right back into it here. Scooter sent me the link, and I actually heard in the news update there, talking about the voting laws in California versus the voting laws in Georgia. And you heard just a few moments ago, Governor Kemp in Georgia kind of comparing the two states. I'm baffled by Major League Baseball's decision to move the game to Coors Field. And he also brought up the whole thing about an area with, what did he say, Denver's population of African Americans is much, much lower than Atlanta's population of, they're like 51% African American in the Atlanta metro area. Georgia has 17 days of in-person early voting, including 2 optional Sundays. Colorado has 15. And I'm being told they also have a photo ID requirement in the state of Colorado. Does this make any sense to anyone? No. And it doesn't make sense that President Biden appeared at the NCAA championship game in Indiana and praised the state, which Kemp said was actually the birthplace for a photo ID requirement. Does Joe even know what he's doing now? All right, so hypocritical. As it turns out, Colorado also requires voters to show identification when voting in person. And according to the state rules, first-time mail-in voters may be required to include a copy of their identification with their ballot. That's not much different than Georgia, with the new rules requiring identification for in-person and absentee voting. Georgia requires proof for all absentee voting. Now, according to the Secretary of State's office, if you don't have an ID in Georgia, which again, how many people don't actually have one, you can use the last 4 digits of your Social Security number, a utility bill, a bank statement, a government check. Here's the funny thing. If you don't have an ID, you're not going to have a bank statement. You're not going to have a government check. You shouldn't be getting a paycheck. You have to present your identification when you fill out your work authorization forms. He said, or any other government document that has your name and address on it. It's, again, a false narrative about all these people that don't have identification. Colorado relies on signature matching for absentee ballots, other than from those first-time mail-in voters. No, he did say Colorado also automatically sends absentee ballots to all registered voters, whereas Georgia will only send them to those who request one. That's to prevent sending ballots to the wrong address or to people that are no longer eligible to vote. You're more likely, obviously, to have voter fraud in Colorado than you're going to in the state of Georgia. Fox News asked Major League Baseball if they did any research to the voting laws when they determined the All-Stars at the new site. They didn't get a response. What, is this the ultimate egg on your face? Dumbass of the Week nomination for, what's his name, Manfred in Major League Baseball. Total egg on your face. He kind of jumped from the frying pan into the fire. Yeah, Scooter did follow up with that. I did read Colorado does send unsolicited mail-in ballots to everyone. That is correct from the story there. Thank you so much for helping to clarify that. Then I got a follow-up email from Santa Claus out. He said, Steve, I've been getting reports from friends in Puerto Rico. Yeah, friends I met from when I was deployed there after Hurricane Maria. He said Puerto Rico's been flooded with Mexican nationals filling open jobs that pay $7.50 an hour, like minimum wage. Because Puerto Ricans are earning the equivalent of $10 to $11 per hour due to the stimulus programs. There's no incentive to work. Sounds about right. Thank you very much, Santa Claus. Appreciate you being with us there. Okay, we get back to the phones at 844-844-3388. Not sure who we got on the line. It says Shadow. Who do we actually have?
Yeah, Steve, that's Vic. I thought I'd call in with my old call sign. I think Bat Rat, if he's still around, I don't know if he's still or not. I think he was an air traffic controller in Vietnam. He even know what that means. But anyway, the subject there you were talking about with HR 1, you know, that particular, all this stuff that's going on, my personal feeling is that this is a ramp up to try to justify HR 1.
Yep.
And that's why they're doing all this stuff that's going on. And what I'm curious about in the investment world, all these companies that's jumping on board, why they just didn't go to the people and say, we're going to support you in a lawsuit against these various states' election laws to see if it's compliant with the 1965 Voting Rights Act. Now, if it is compliant with the 1965 Voting Rights Act, then I don't know where they're going to come up with racism or anything else, because that was basically written by Martin Luther King and a buddy that the LBJ had. If you look it up, he was a former Marine. He was a Mexican raised by Japanese parents, and he captured the most Japanese in World War II. I can't really recall his name right now, and I didn't look it up. But he was a friend of LBJ's for years, and oddly enough, one of the things he opposed was the illegal Mexicans coming in the United States to work, because he said that depressed wages for all the different Mexican workers that were already here that were working in the fields. And Cesar Chavez, that was the labor leader for the United Farm Workers, he also disapproved of illegal aliens coming in, because, again, it was depressing their wages.
Yeah.
So when I listen to all this stuff, it's like I have no idea what the end goal is for the Democrats. Because, and again, originally it was the California Farm Bureau that got Reagan to come up with the amnesty back 1986, I believe it was, and because they wanted cheap labor. So they were at cross purposes with the United Farm Workers. So exactly where the Democrats are going with this, what they think they're going to achieve, I don't know, but I really don't think they're going to get what they want out of this. And especially in the middle of this pandemic, because you've probably never seen this chart, but if the investment company I deal with, they sent us out a chart on the COVID thing. And last year at this time, we were actually decreasing the number of COVID cases, and they kept going down and down and down. And then we got to the riots there over this George Floyd thing, and it went right back up. So again, kind of current with this, Floyd, they're talking about the death of Floyd, which, there's a lot of questions I have there, especially since that police officer and Floyd were bouncers basically at the same nightclub. Yep. So they knew each other. So why they had all that confusion, I don't know, and nobody's really looked into that very far. But anyhow, it just struck me as how many deaths were caused by all those riots. And I know here in Indianapolis, there was a young black man that was shot because of the rioting and everything. He was just going into his apartment downtown. They've still not solved that. They don't know who shot him. So, when you look at everything that has went on in the past year, it's pretty obvious that the Democrats did not want Trump to get back into office, take a long, hard look at the Russian hoax and everything else. So they're pretty much going by the any means necessary thing. So, what they will do, what they will pull or whatever, but I'm sure they're going to try to do something. And as the Texas governor said, federal elections and state elections are two different things. And if you go back to the 1960 Civil Rights Act, that was about registering people for the federal vote. And all they had to do was go to a U.S. attorney with a list of names, and the U.S. attorney would register them for the federal election. That Selma to Alabama march, I don't know why they took a list down there to the governor, and that they're always talking about, because all they had to do was take a list to the U.S. attorney, and they would have taken it directly to the governor and said, these people will be registered to vote in the federal election. Why aren't you registering them in the state election? The Selma to Alabama march was totally unnecessary, except for fundraising efforts. And so, the reason a lot of these companies are, I guess you'd have to say, bending over or folding their tent or whatever, I think it's because of the pushback from their employees. Because it's like Coca-Cola and these food companies, Delta Airlines, who knows what these people might do, what sort of sabotage thing they might decide they want to do. And that's probably the reason Major League Baseball moved, because they're not going to get the pushback in Denver that they might get in Atlanta. It's just that simple. So, they don't want to come out and say that, but that's my take on it. I might be, totally wrong, but that's my take on it. And one last thing, Steve, you're talking about Fort Detrick, Maryland. Remember, that's the place where the guy was supposed to have released the anthrax back after 9/11. Remember, they nailed that scientist that worked at Fort Detrick?
Yep.
And he was supposed to have committed suicide. Well, that's ground zero for our biowarfare weapons. And why they weren't brought in on COVID-19, I have no idea. But trust me, they have people that's one hell of a lot better than Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birch. So with that, I'll let you go.
Yeah, Fauci, what a buffoon. Yeah, I had somewhere in the mix here, there it is. On yesterday's broadcast, Tuesday's broadcast of Fox News Radio's Brian Kilmeade show. Yeah, Brian reacted to Dr. Fauci, the White House chief medical advisor, Dr. Fauci, saying he doesn't have anything to do with the difficult situation on the border, that the administration's doing what it can to improve by saying that it makes no sense for Fauci to comment on spring break, baseball games, cookouts, and say nothing about the border. You know why he's acting that way? Because he's a politician. So he plays the clip of Dr. Fauci. Kilmeade says he can comment on spring break as much as he wants. He can comment on your cookouts, but he cannot comment on what's going on at the border. He went on to say, if you can comment on baseball games, if you can comment on spring break, if you can comment on getting together in groups of 5 people you only know wearing a mask from 4 feet away, why can't you comment on something that has everything to do with the largest state in the country, followed by Arizona, New Mexico, and California? Why isn't that your auspices? It's because he's a politician. He's probably got direct instructions from the administration. Do not say anything about what's going on the southern border, because it's nothing positive can be said. Well, when you've got thousands of people crammed into like sardines, many of which are positive for COVID, you want to talk about, Ted Cruz brought that up last week. You want to see the biggest super spreader event in the entire country. All you got to do is look right down at the southern border. And the administration wants nothing to do about it. They don't want to address it. So now Kamala Harris has the invite. She's the one in charge of trying to rectify the situation on the border. She's had an invite from Texas. She's had an invite from Arizona. They've heard nothing back from her. That kind of leads credence in my mind to the gentleman who said this was all by design. They knew and they were forewarned. If you scrap the Trump administration policies on the border, you're going to see a surge like you've never seen before. They did it anyway. It's by design. It's intentional. All right, who we got next here? Would that be Snakebite?
Yippee, one and only, often imitated, never duplicated.
I heard that.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
You were talking to the guy about when he got his shot. I got an AstraZeneca shot about 3 weeks ago, and I have never, even drinking a bottle of whiskey and everything else in my life, I have never woken up with a headache. And first day after I got the shot, I woke up with a headache, and then I don't know, the next day I was okay, and then the day after that woke up with a headache, and day after that, and it's taken a couple of weeks for it to settle down again. So and then right after I got the shot, about 2 or 3 days, they said we're not going to give it to anybody under 55 anymore because of blood clot issues.
Yep, boy, that's kind of scary because it says it's blood clots on the brain is what they were saying. I mean, and with headaches, you got to wonder what's going on.
Yeah. So anyhow, they said if it continued, consult your doctor. Well, it was my doctor that gave me the shot. Anyhow, it settled down and everything now. So it's I'm not looking forward to the booster shot later on. I was kind of waiting for the J&J, but apparently it's going to be a while before it gets up across the border and whatnot. So last week I got my random call in to go do a drug test. And I'm really thinking that somebody stayed up really late at night, sampling something that they shouldn't have been sampling. So I go in to do my drug test, and they said, by the way, you're on the list for random breathalyzer. And I says, oh, you do breathalyzers for drug tests now? They said, no. We're giving you an alcohol breathalyzer. And I says, pardon me? And then I wasn't going to say anything, but you know me over the years, Steve. I speak my mind. I said to him, what the heck? I says, you got to be absolutely an idiot to come in here under the influence of alcohol to do a drug test. He says, and since you started doing these random tests, how many times have you caught a guy impaired? They says, none. I says, well, here's an idea. If you want to really make this test effective, why don't you just jump in a van and go out to a trucking company unannounced and start pointing out drivers to come in and blow into the machine there. He says, you're probably, it just made no sense to me, Steve.
Yeah, right.
It really didn't. Anyhow, so I blew, and miraculously, Steve, there was no trace of alcohol in my system.
I'll be darned.
Jeez, go figure, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. So, you're talking about the elections and everything. And everybody that knows me. I'm from Canada. And there's the difference between the two is apples and oranges. Our federal election and our provincial election are two separate things. They don't happen at the same time. And how we vote is you get a voter registration card. You have to take that voter registration card in with you with two pieces of identification. Okay? Mm-hmm. You can either go to the early election thing, or you can go on election day. I'm generally whatever's convenient with me, I do. If you don't have any idea, so what they'll accept for identification is they'll accept your driver's license, they'll accept your birth certificate, they'll accept an electrical bill or something like that. But you have to have two pieces of identification. And before you even go in to vote, you have to show it to the greeter at the door, and then you go up, and then you go to the next station, and they look at your ID, they look at your voter registration card, and then they have a list of all the people with the voter registration cards, and they cross your name off of that list on their sheet. They give you your voter thing, you go do your voting, and wham, you're done. Right? Every time it seems they have an election down here, there's so much confusion on it. I don't understand. If you have, and I don't understand what the baseball thing's got to do, saying, oh, well, this, that, and the other thing about it, right? Like, excuse me, it just seems so simple to do an election and take your identification in with you. And hi, I'm Steve Summers. I come here to vote. Here's my ID and my card. Vote for whoever you want.
It is.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
It is. It should be. It is. It's a very simple thing. Why we have to make it so complicated, I don't know. And
like we have an election that looks at election committee or whatever that looks after they have nothing to do with any of the parties. They look after how the election is run. If you want to vote for A, vote for A. If you want to vote for B, vote for B. But you have to follow the rules set out by the election committee. And that's for either federal or state or provincial, as we call it up there.
Yep.
And the only time it sometimes like since they've had these COVID, we call them COVID elections. One province had a provincial election, and it wound up being all mail-in ballots because they didn't want the spread of COVID. So it was all mail-in ballots. So you didn't really know who won the election on election day until it was all counted. It was all counted up. But even at that, they had a very strict protocol on how they were going to do it. So anyhow, I just figured I'd call in and put my 2 cents in there since you're, doing a fine job there, Steve, as usual.
Well, thank you so much, Snakebite. Last thing, so by having the requirements for identification there, I mean, and just like Georgia, they're given the option of like a bill or whatever, or just had a bank statement, all that kind of stuff. Is there any rumblings about those sort of rules are racist or disenfranchising to potential blacks or minorities in your country?
No, it makes it easier. It makes it easier for a person to go vote, right? Because some people, for instance, some people have we have our government health system up there. We all carry a health card. So when you go in, get blood work done or anything like that, right, you give them you can't use that for identification. So they said, okay, if you have a Cablevision bill, satellite bill, or a electrical bill, you can use that as long as it's got your name and address on it to make it easier to vote if you don't have a driver's license or a valid government identification. It's got nothing to do with race. Got nothing to do with race.
Oh, holy crap! That's what they're making it out to be in Georgia, though. Georgia essentially implemented exactly what he's talking about. But so in Georgia, it's racist, but in Canada, it makes it easier to vote. Easier to vote. All right, we'll return with more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed an executive order Tuesday banning all government-mandated vaccine passports, stopping any government agency from requiring citizens to show proof of COVID vaccination in order to receive services. The move follows a similar order from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The White House says that the federal government won't be involved in creating a vaccine passport system. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that it will be up to private entities to decide if they want to create credentials like that.
The government is not now, nor will we be supporting a system that requires Americans to carry a credential. There will be no federal vaccinations database and no federal mandate requiring everyone to obtain a single vaccination credential. As these tools are being considered by the private and nonprofit sectors, our interest is very simple from the federal government, which is Americans' privacy and rights should be protected.
This is USA Radio News.
In today's day and age, it's refreshing to find a company with values that match yours. And it's even more extraordinary when the products they make exceed your expectation in every way. That's what Michael's Naturopathic Programs has done for over 30 years. With more than 50 tried and truthful high-potency formulas, Michael's Naturopathic Programs give your body what it needs. No more guessing what herbs or vitamin, amino acid, or mineral you need. With Michael's, it's all in one bottle. From cardiovascular support to weight management to nervous system support to detox and cleansing and more. Michael's Naturopathic Programs work. They have to. Michael himself has been giving them to his family from the very start. Visit michaelshealth.com and get your tried and truthful formulation today. That's MICHAELS health.com. MICHAELS health.com.
Get a special discount when you input the code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg for your special discount.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Oh yeah, speaking of the Pluto Duo headset giveaway, you've got to go to overnightdriveradio.com. It's very simple. Click on contests. And there you'll see it. All you got to do is enter your email address. This is week number 3 out of a 4-week giveaway. So you've got till Thursday afternoon to get yourself registered. Thanks to our partners at Stellar Electronic, grand prize winner, the brand new Pluto Duo bundle headset. Premium sound quality using Stellar Electronics Noise Armor technology. 99% noise reduction, 32 hours of talk time, or you can connect the Duo and you get full stereo conversation. The Duo acts as a battery bank. Now extend your talk time up to 60 hours. All right, there you go. It comes with this very nice carrying case, $200 value. And, of course, our friends at Hot Shot Secret, second prize winner gets the Semi-Prevention Pack. 64-ounce bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. Just what you need to clean out and protect both the oil and the fuel systems on your rig. That's $120 value. Third place, you've got the Semi-Performance Pack, a 64-ounce bottle of FR3 friction reducer and a 32-ounce bottle of everyday diesel treatment. It's a $78 value. Again, register each week. Go to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on the contest tab. And while you're there, you might flip over after you enter the contest. Flip on over to the shop tab. We've got the T-shirts, hats, travel mugs. Yeah, nice 30-ounce travel mugs. Overnight Drive Radio logo on one side, the Hot Shot Secret Studios logo on the other there, so check that out. Hats, travel mugs, T-shirts, stickers, and you can support the show. Somebody, after Lester brought up the whole ketchup thing, somebody on the streaming board said, I just wanted to call and catch up. Ketchup. After enduring a year of closures, employee safety fears, start and stop openings, many restaurants are now facing a nationwide ketchup shortage. Restaurants are trying to secure the tabletop staple after COVID-19 upended the condiment world. Managers are using generic versions, pouring out bulk ketchup into individual cups, or maybe even hitting the aisles at Costco, looking for substitutes. The owner of a Denver-based tavern says, we've been hunting high and low, struggling to keep ketchup in stock for much of this year. Obviously, the pandemic turned so many sit-down restaurants into takeout restaurants, making individual ketchup packets the primary condiment for both national chains and all the mom-and-pop restaurants. Prices are up 13% since January of last year, and the market share has exploded at the expense of tabletop bottles. Even fast food giants are pleading for packets. Long John Silver's Incorporated, nearly 700 restaurants around the country, they've had to seek ketchup from secondary suppliers because of the Russian demand. And the shift to packets has pressed prices higher. Long John Silver said they're paying an extra $500,000 for ketchup to get the single-serve packets versus the bulk ketchup. Everyone's grabbing for ketchup. How about that? Now, they had some numbers. Ketchup is the most consumed table sauce at U.S. restaurants. Around 300,000 tons sold to food service last year. Even more is eaten at home. And the pandemic helped push retail ketchup sales in the United States over $1 billion last year. It's like a 15% jump from the previous year. Heinz ketchup is the ketchup king. Heinz holds nearly 70% of the U.S. retail market. The more than 150-year-old brand was not prepared for the pandemic, though. Heinz says they cannot keep up with orders for the packets. Yeah, they're running the facilities nonstop, increasing production by about 25% for a total of more than 12 billion packets a year. 12 billion packets of ketchup. Well, okay, all right, let's get back to the callers here at 844-844-3388. What do you say, Big Sexy? Good morning.
Oh, it told you who it was this time, didn't it?
It got you 100% correct this time.
Well, that's twice in about the last 2 weeks. It's got it right. The rest of the time it hadn't.
Mm-hmm.
On your deal about the when you go to that news, I heard them say something about the Biden administration is building some border wall.
They're looking to restart construction to fill in the segments of border wall where that are open right now. Lo and behold, miracles will never cease.
I thought according to them, walls don't work.
Uh-huh. Maybe they're realizing, without walls, 171,000 people in the month of March. I mean, just in the month of March. This is uncharted territory. It's off the rails.
And it's going to get worse if he don't do something about closing that border.
Yep.
On the COVID deal, I heard him saying that Biden was saying, "Don't take your foot off the pedal. We got to keep doing this. If it still got cases on it." I don't know about elsewhere, but here in Arkansas, the cases are dropping. We've even got a couple of counties that don't have an active case of COVID right now.
Wow.
I mean, it's been dropping like crazy. Our governor has lifted the mask mandate. We don't have mask mandate no more.
I'm trying to remember which state it was. I know that they're saying the scientific community, like Dr. Fauci, is kind of baffled by the dropping number of cases in some states. See if I can find the rest of that, who it was.
Well, Fauci don't know what he's doing anyway,
No,
One minute he says do this, next minute he says do that. And he was wearing 2 masks. What's it going to be next 3? I mean, he don't know what he's doing. He's done proved that. What else was there? There was something else I was going to touch on. In Major League Baseball, did you hear where the former commissioner he's blasting the one they got now about it?
Yes, I shared that earlier. I sure did.
He made a mistake?
He's saying he's making a big mistake. And
it was a Vince name, I think, wasn't it?
Yep. It's going to come back to bite him in the butt. He's got that
guy now. He is.
Said he's gonna rue the day. He's gonna regret the decision he's made for Major League Baseball. And I mean, you heard me mention a few minutes ago mentioning, hell, the rules in Colorado, the voting rules are about the same, almost identical, with actually fewer early voting days in Colorado than it is in Georgia. What gives?
I don't think that they even checked on what the voting laws was there. They just rushed in there to make themselves look good, patting themselves on the back about moving it, trying to, win favor with the minorities. That's what they're trying to do. But minorities are taken as an insult that people think that, they Major League and all that think they're too stupid to have an ID or anything like that. They've got to have, that don't make a lick of sense. They can't do anything without an ID. You can't even drive a car without an ID. And on a more serious note, your listeners out there, they will, there was a girl here in the town where I live over the weekend. The cops responded to what they thought was a traffic accident. Come to find out, she had been shot. They've got the guy in custody that's accused of doing it, but she's critical, so they might want to keep her in mind, keep her in their prayers and stuff. I can't remember what her name is, but she's here in the Truman, Arkansas area. Was shot, I think it was early Saturday morning.
Okay. All right, I think I saw a little brief headline on that. Yeah, an auto accident, and turns out she was shot, yeah. Well, Big Sexy, thank you so much for the heads up there this morning, about 9 before the hour. Yeah, here's the story. There's Caitlyn Jenner explores possibility of California governor run. Bruce Jenner did just about everything growing up: football, basketball, track, water skiing. The Olympic Games. World record for the decathlon. We all remember Bruce. Cover the Wheaties box. Of course, in 2015, the transition to a woman. Now, Caitlyn Jenner. Discussing with consultants a potential run for governorship of the state of California with the help of Republican fundraiser Carolyn Wren, whom she met through her work with the American Unity Fund, a Republican nonprofit focused on LGBT issues, apparently. In response to the state's performance during the COVID crisis and on other reasons, Gavin Newsom is facing a recall effort. Secretary of State in California has verified 2.1 million signatures to hold a recall election. They go on to say Jenner is a Republican and a Trump supporter, leading some pundits to believe that with her in a race to replace Newsom, the challenge would actually garner heightened public awareness. Okay, so according to a spokesperson, they're just saying, I guess Jenner's manager at one point said that she's not going to run for governor, but right now they're saying they're actually considering the option. So it's a possibility Caitlyn Jenner could jump into the fray. Okay, we'll see where that one goes. About 7 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. What do you say, Heat Wave? Good morning.
How about you, senor? Oh, not a whole hell of a lot out here, just doing that nightly thing, up and down, chasing that almighty dollar. Yeah, the lead jackass in charge is now thinking about putting that wall up. I wonder what made him think of that. God. These politicians out here, they really look at us with disdain as far as, we're the lowest dregs of society. They think we're driving out here with one thumb up our ass and one finger up our nose, and that our opinions don't count. And, the ones who I think opinions really don't count mostly are the entertainment stars. I mean, they think their word is gold simply because they have a bigger platform to exploit. And I just, there's never going to be an equality of voices out here speaking your opinion, because they will shut you down if their platform is big enough to say, oh, don't listen to him, he don't know what he's talking about. We got a lot of college-educated people out here. And, there's a lot of college-educated idiots that have not enough knowledge to operate a can opener, much less, speak their mind about politics. Prime example, AOC. So, other than that, not a whole lot happening. Just got up about 45 minutes ago, and yeah, I'll let y'all know how I was about 10 hours from now. Hey, did you hear about that? They had I guess it was a 3-month-old boy in Iran that had 3 male members. You hear about that?
Yeah, no, sir.
Yeah, no joke. They said he actually had 3. He had one in the right spot, and the other 2 were on his perineum. And they said, well, since there wasn't, it was a 1 in 6 million birth defect, and I guess it actually happened. And so they said, since there was nothing really going to the other 2, it was just a real simple operation. So, I mean, it just the kind of makes you wonder if they actually have some sort of thing out there that'll make frogs have 2 heads and crocodiles 3 tails,
Well, yeah, that's...
But, I mean, you never know, especially during the Iraq War, all that smoke had to go somewhere, and I'm sure it landed in Iran. But I had a friend of mine who said, well, he knew a gentleman that had 5 male members on him at one time. And I said, 5? How in the hell did his pants fit him? And he says, oh, like a glove. Now that was the joke.
That was the joke. I got that one. It fit like a glove. Okay.
All right. All right.
Thank
Talk to you later,
Heat
Steve.
Wave. Have a good
night.
morning. Yep. Okay. What do we see here? About 3 before the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Someone brought up the cruise lines earlier. I think it was a Lester who goes on our cruises with us. Are we ever going to get to go on another cruise? Is anybody going to ever get to go on another cruise? I guess Carnival Cruise Lines is becoming impatient. Yeah, enough is enough with the Centers for Disease Control, keeping them shut down. And I guess they're actually taking it to the next level now. Carnival Cruise Line is threatening to move their ships out of U.S. waters. They've now had to cancel all cruises departing from U.S. ports through the end of June. While we've not made plans to move cruise line ships outside of our U.S. home ports, we may have no choice but to do so in order to resume our operations, which has been on, quote, pause for over a year now, according to the president of Carnival Cruise Lines. Carnival has 14 home ports along the east and west coast and the Gulf Coast here in the U.S. We're committed to working with the administration and the Centers for Disease Control to find some sort of a solution that best serves the interest of public health. But Carnival's asking that the cruise industry be why don't they treat us on par with other sectors of the travel industry, as well as the U.S. society at large? See, this is taking it to the next level because the latest threat is the brand new guidance published by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on Friday that details what they're calling the second phase of their conditional sailing order, which the cruise industry has been pushing them to lift that order. There was no new information on the benchmarks that the cruise lines have to hit before they can begin carrying paying passengers once again. No word on when will we be able to restart cruises in U.S. waters. Yeah, we've been shuttered in U.S. waters since March of last year, while other sectors have been allowed to continue to operate or reopen with health and safety modifications. Airlines are flying. Theme parks are opening or opened. But more than a year later, we have nothing. There's no crystal ball that can tell when we might be able to start sailing again. I couldn't begin to speculate as to why the cruise industry is being held out in ways that other industries are not. Other cruise lines have already begun to take action to move their ships to other parts of the world so they can resume operations. We talked about that. And in most cases, they're kind of doing the vaccine passport kind of thing. Did you catch that in the update there last hour? That I guess leadership in D.C. they've got the message that this speculation, this proposition of a vaccine passport is going to go over like a lead balloon. So, Jen Psaki yesterday said, yeah, as far as a federal mandate, we're not going to do that. Now, as far as individual businesses or various individual venues, they could do that. The cruise line, as we clearly see, could very well make you show your vaccination card before they let you sail on a ship. But at least on a federal level, it's not going to happen. Then, of course, you had, DeSantis of Florida last week. Yesterday, the governor there in Texas Tennessee, I believe, has also jumped on the bandwagon, signed an executive order saying there will be no vaccine passport or any sort of vaccine identification card kind of thing in their states. They're not going to be allowed to mandate that. All right, news update. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed an executive order Tuesday banning all government-mandated vaccine passports, stopping any government agency from requiring citizens to show proof of COVID vaccination in order to receive services. The move follows a similar order from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The White House says that the federal government won't be involved in creating a vaccine passport system. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that it will be up to private entities to decide if they want to create credentials like that.
The government is not now, nor will we be supporting a system that requires Americans to carry a credential. There will be no federal vaccinations database and no federal mandate requiring everyone to obtain a single vaccination credential. As these tools are being considered by the private and nonprofit sectors, our interest is very simple from the federal government, which is Americans' privacy and rights should be protected.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The CDC has updated its guidelines on disinfecting household surfaces, saying that cleaning with soap and water is enough to keep COVID from spreading in the home. The agency clarified that disinfectants should still be used in indoor settings where there has been a case of the virus in the last 24 hours. Dr. Ashish Jha says it's time the CDC finally updated its recommendations on this matter. The dean of the Brown University School of Public Health tells CNBC that it's been clear for months that the coronavirus is spread through the air.
And this is why I think clear public health messaging in this pandemic has been so important, and it has not been there. I would say, look, again, the first couple of months, confusing. By April, May last year, it was very clear this is airborne. Masks are really important. Good ventilation is important. Outside is better than inside. Surface is not a big deal. I've been repeating that message for close to a year. I think a lot of public health people have. It has been frustrating that hasn't always come out consistently from our federal officials.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A new report says that the Biden administration may be restarting construction on the southern border wall. The report from the Washington Times says that Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is considering filling gaps left in the border wall when President Biden signed an executive order halting all construction. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki confirmed Tuesday that some construction has already been funded, possibly giving DHS the option to finish particular projects. Congressman Jim Jordan visited the southern border wall on Tuesday, and the Ohio Republican tells Newsmax TV that agents working on the border want the wall completed.
Well, it never should have been off again. In fact, every single agent we talked to today, they said walls work. When you build the wall, it forces people who are trying to come here to actually come to the ports of entry and try to enter our country in a legal fashion. So walls work. But remember, President Trump called this. He said, if you undo our policies, there will be a tidal wave on our border. That is exactly what happened. They undid 3 key policies. They said we weren't going to keep the Remain in Mexico policy in place while they process people. They said we're not going to deport anyone. And then they announced to the world they weren't going to finish the wall. You do those 3 things, and you get the chaos, you get the crisis, you get the tidal wave that we now see. And so we've been touring all day long, talking to Border Patrol agents, meeting with people who are doing their job, working their tail off, but they are stressed, Grant. This is not a crisis. This is chaos. This is a chaotic situation. But God bless the border agents who are doing the best they can.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, we are back. And what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. I think it was hour number 1. I mentioned the filibuster. Are they going to get rid of the filibuster? Because that's what Chuck Schumer is hell-bent determined on doing. They cannot shove the full Democrat, socialist, leftist agenda down the throat of the American people if they don't get rid of the filibuster. But there are even some Democratic senators on the Democrat side who say, hang on a minute here. And one of them is Kristen Sinema of Arizona. She said she will not budge to eliminate the filibuster. Said that the solution to the gridlock in D.C. is not to erase or erode the rules, for senators to change their behavior and begin to work together. That's the solution. When you have a place that's broke, it's not working. That's the Senate today. The solution, I don't think the solution is to erode the rules. Senators need to change their behavior and work together. That's what the country wants us to do. If you don't understand, the filibuster, which takes 60 votes to overcome, this is going to be a big obstacle to many of the policies that the Democrats are really hell-bent determined to enact, the likes of H.R. 1, the sweeping election reform bill, the voting rights bill. There's a big campaign finance piece of legislation, the new gun laws. They're not going to be able to do these things if they don't eliminate the filibuster. You've got Joe Manchin of West Virginia, who's resisted calls to eliminate the filibuster as well, arguing that a supermajority would destroy the fabric of the upper chamber. Right now in this country, people have a declining trust in the government every day. And this is going to make it harder to solve the key problems in this country. Trust me. That trust will continue to diminish unless, as members of Congress, we have to transcend partisanship to strengthen the democracy, protecting voting rights, common sense election security reforms. You got to make the campaign finance system more transparent. Pushing through legislation of that magnitude on a one-party basis, you may garner some short-term benefits, but inevitably, it's going to make the problem of distrust that millions of Americans harbor against us even worse. Mitch McConnell had already said if Democrats do away with the filibuster, they will, quote, turn the Senate into a sort of nuclear winter. If they think They destroy the essence of the Senate. They will find a Senate that will not function. It takes unanimous consent to turn the lights on here. And I think they would leave an angry 50 senators not interested in being cooperative on even the simplest things. But, it's been done before. Democrats did away with the filibuster rule to overcome the stonewalling of Barack Obama's executive branch nominations, as well as some judicial nominees. Republicans did the same. They eliminated the filibuster for Supreme Court justices. They referred to it as the nuclear option, right? All right, get back to your calls here, and Dan is on the line. Hello, Dan. What's going on?
Well, I was listening to you about the filibuster, and it's a double-edged sword. Once they eliminated it for judicial nominations, then you open the door. You have a hard argument to make. Why shouldn't you do it for another matter of government?
Correct.
Or for other legislation?
Yep.
And I mean, personally, I don't know when the Senate adopted the filibuster. I believe it goes back to Rome, the days of Rome, that filibuster. And I guess most Americans, if you had a vote in the country, they'd say, well, majority wins. You understand what I'm saying? You got 51 votes, you win. That's the price of elections. So personally, only one thing I agree with Biden about is if you're going to have the filibuster, just the threat of it was enough to shut it down. And his point was you need to work for it. Now, that was his attitude about 2 weeks ago. Who knows what it is now? But I do think if you're going to have the filibuster, then you got to talk. I remember them filibustering bills and going through that. It makes sense because I don't know that Americans really want this kumbaya anyway. We're so divided. And again, that's kind of where I'm at. But as you pointed out, Republicans did it also. With the judicial nominees, and the Democrats, they're the ones that started it, didn't they? In eliminating it or putting it down.
And that's what like you said, that's what the Republicans used to say, well, you pushed through some of Obama's nominees and judicial nominees and whatnot, so we're going to use it for the Supreme Court nominees. Where does it end?
For the goose and good for the gander,
if they were to eliminate it as a whole,
if I were a Democrat, I'd say, well, why didn't you reinstitute it yourself?
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
When you had control, McConnell. The other thing I'd called you about was I found it interesting about former President Trump possibly going into Congress. Is that because of that A.C. Hastings who died? Who's the one that just died? Hastings, the congressman from Florida?
One, right, at 84 years old or something, yeah.
Was that the Congress? Did he cover the president's Mar-a-Lago home? Was that his congressional district?
That I'm not sure. I know he was Florida, but I'm not exactly sure where.
Well, the only thing, I had actually thought, because I really thought President Trump may decide to run for governor of New York. And I thought, as screwed up as things are there, he might have a chance with Cuomo. But it does make more sense for him to go to Congress. I think that would be you talk about revenge. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be some of those 8 rhinos, one of the ones that I better not see in there again, and that's Liz Cheney. And she said, I'm not going nowhere. Well, you may go somewhere. And I'm hoping that she gets out. And the last thing that I was going to call about, Steve. I disagree with you about MLB. Their numbers have been going down for several years. They're not getting young people to follow the sport. And the NFL really never did fully recover. I think there's a lot. I know I'm a big baseball fan, a Farmer, huge fan. And I'm done with them. You understand? I mean, it started before this. It started with the BLM, the Black Lives Matter patches, and the Black Lives Matter playing the National Black Lives Matter anthem before the U.S. anthem. And, you know, I mean, look what this country's done for baseball. I mean, we've given them an idiotic, what do you call it, exemption, antitrust exemption since 1922.
Right.
And why? Why should we continue that? I mean, what's the reason for it? You know, and other than to make the franchisees richer. So I don't think it's going to, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe you think fans will forget it, but I don't think the numbers have shown that out. They said before that baseball was concerned that it was becoming a coast game, kind of like the NBA was. You know, it's on both coasts. And the NBA's numbers are still in the toilet. So it's just a thought that I had. I mean, this deal in Georgia, you talk about mishandling something. Did I understand you right that he never checked with the players union or with the owners before he pulled the All-Star game out of Atlanta?
That's
Manfred.
That's the way I understand it. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm surprised he still has a job, and he may end up being the sacrificial lamb because. But anyway, I've enjoyed the show as usual, and I'm hoping the numbers continue to grow, which I'm sure they will. And I got to tell you, I didn't even know the app was out there, the iPhone app, until I heard it tonight, that it's available, and it loads very easily.
All right. I should be mentioning that more often. Yeah, it's been up for about a week now, Dan. Yep, and it's...
I was off for a few days, so as much as I like your show, and I missed... By the way, do you have a podcast of every show?
Yes.
Because I've been trying to listen. Did you have that individual from that Alpha Drivers and Consulting? Was he on this past Monday morning?
Monday morning for the first 2 hours. Yes, he sure was. If you go to the...
is that on podcast?
It is. If you go to the Overnight Drive Radio and you got it's the Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Amazon, TuneIn, Spotify. I think it's on pretty much anywhere you can get podcasts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I'll look forward to listening to that. So, well, I'm glad your show's doing well, Steve, and I'm planning to go to the website, maybe get some shopping, do a little shopping for some advertisement.
Hey, there you go. Thank you so much. I would appreciate that.
Thanks.
Have a good morning there, Dan. Yeah, the Android app's been out for, I go nearly a month now, but yeah, finally got the iPhone app up and running about a week ago, I guess it was. So if you go to the Apple App Store or whatever they call it there, you can type in overnightdriveradio.com and you can download the free app. It is very simple to do. Another easier way to listen. I know that a lot of folks that had been using like the Facebook or the YouTube are now opting just to use the app. It's easier. You don't have to have the screen on and all that. You can still navigate other things. You can listen to the show and use your smartphone for other things, without having to not be able to hear the show. All righty, so where'd we leave off here? It's 844-844-3388. Somewhere in the mix, here we go, at Walt Disney World, your smiles will not have to be hidden for much longer. Starting Thursday, visitors to the theme park resort will be able to remove your masks temporarily for outdoor photos. They announced this past day, tweaking the requirement that all workers and visitors ages 2 and up have to wear a mask except when they're actively eating or drinking, provided they're socially distanced and not moving about. The mask mandate includes those who are already vaccinated. Because of the pandemic, workers and visitors are required to wear masks, get temperature checks upon arriving, and then you got to follow the social distancing things and all that. But so at least you'll be able to take your mask off to take some photographs, I guess, in front of Mickey Mouse or whoever you want to get your picture with. Another step maybe in the right direction. That was my lead into you. Good morning, Philip.
Hey, bud, how you doing? Yeah, I heard about it yesterday. I haven't seen the company stuff on it yet, but yeah, I heard that yesterday in the news.
Yep.
That's cool. I mean, that's one of the things that kind of shows us we're getting back a little normal. Yeah, I can't even take a picture of somebody. You know how you could walk up to a cast member and say, hey, take a picture of me and my family? Can't do that no more. I can't touch somebody's phone or camera or anything, any of that. So
really,
yeah, we got a lot of rules down there, but I mean, it's coming back. I heard you talking about the cruise lines earlier. Think about it this way, Steve. You know, like when restaurants, they're lacking business in a town, what do they usually do? They shut the restaurant down, right?
Correct.
If it's not making any money. Well, it's the same way with the cruise lines. I mean, if they're not making any money in the United States, they can just go over to Spain or somewhere else, and where there's a port, they can put that ship at, and that's going to make them their money. And I think they've been very patient with us over here, and I can understand their point by leaving. I get it. I mean, it's they got to keep those ships going. That's their living, and they've been sitting for a year. I get it. So, I mean, think about how many ports are there in just Florida alone for those cruise ships that are going to lose revenue, that have been losing revenue.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, the number of employees at each of those ports and all the trickle-down effect of all, we talked about the truck drivers that bring all the supplies, the food, the drinks, everything for those ships. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Yeah, I think it's only fair. I mean, like you said earlier, we've got the theme parks back open. We're opening up tourism more and more every day. Like you just commented about Disney with the masks and stuff. Things are getting back. And as far as that passport thing, I think that we should do like what Governor DeSantis said. We don't need that stuff. We don't need that stuff. We've already got enough. You know, we got enough to deal with other than that.
Yeah.
We need to, I mean, medical records are that's private. I mean, that's something, I mean, there's HIPAA rules for doctors and all kinds of different things. We don't need all that. We don't need that passport thing in the mix anymore. But as far as the cruise industry goes, it needs to get back. You think about this, Steve. Disney alone has had 2 to 3 ships at Port Canaveral that have been just going in and out of the port and anchoring off, waiting to get loaded. And they've been bringing them back in and loading them up with supplies just for the crew. They're not going to do the push until they get okay on they can have their cruises. So that's one company. Can you imagine Carnival, Norwegian, all those companies? They're putting ships in and out of their ports when they could be using that asset somewhere else in the world to make money. So I think they've been very patient. So that's pretty much all my stuff today, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
Have a great day there at work. Sounds like it's been a nice warm day. Middle 80s. Let me see here. Pappy said, Steve, if you heard this a year or two ago, when the Democrats were trying to push an amnesty bill through, Republicans made only one change when it was submitted to the Senate. The change was They would agree to the amnesty. However, those given the amnesty could not vote for a period of 10 years. Democrats rejected that only change. What's that say? I think he's trying to dig up, going to the archives, trying to find something on that. Yeah, and I think that says pretty clear. They want to give amnesty to millions who are illegally in the country, and they want them to be their permanent voting bloc so that the Democrats will remain in power in Washington forever. Undoubtedly. Got a couple minutes before we hit news break time. News break at the bottom of the hour. They were talking about the lockdowns in California. And what is the headline? This one California food bank illustrates the devastation of Governor Newsom's lockdowns in the state. This guy, William Hernandez, for 17 years has been working with the Valley Food Bank there in California. He says, I have never seen such high demand, from serving $300,000 worth of groceries each year to area families in need more than 15 years ago. The donation-based food bank in suburban Los Angeles now handles upwards of $1.5 million per month, from $300,000 a year to $1.5 million per month now. They've had to adjust their operations to limit volunteers and contacts while going from feeding on average about 3,900 families a month to now 10,000 families per month. It's a challenge. Hernandez is the director of the enterprise, but in the interview with the Federalist, while he gave a tour of the facility, they've been able to manage through some very generous donations, which have reinforced his faith in public charity. People actually want to help. But California had been, with the COVID, one of the states hardest hit by the self-inflicted wounds of Democratic-ordered lockdowns, tossing more and more residents into unemployment. You have Governor Newsom, and you've got Democrat mayors that have declared their ability to sustain themselves non-essential. Some of the harshest restrictions in the country. They ranked 29th in rates for COVID mortality, but 48th in the nationwide unemployment rate of 8.5%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In contrast, Florida, a state with a far higher population of seniors as a proportion to their residents, they're 27th on the COVID mortality rate, despite their far looser restrictions, giving it an unemployment rate of 4.7%. The unintended consequences, these strict lockdowns. Even when Donald Trump was still president, it said we cannot destroy our economy in the name of protection from a virus, which California's kind of done. All right, we'll get our news break here. More to come. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed an executive order Tuesday banning all government-mandated vaccine passports, stopping any government agency from requiring citizens to show proof of COVID vaccination in order to receive services. The move follows a similar order from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The White House says that the federal government won't be involved in creating a vaccine passport system. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that it will be up to private entities to decide if they want to create credentials like that.
The government is not now, nor will we be supporting a system that requires Americans to carry a credential. There will be no federal vaccinations database and no federal mandate requiring everyone to obtain a single vaccination credential. As these tools are being considered by the private and nonprofit sectors, our interest is very simple from the federal government, which is Americans' privacy and rights should be protected.
This is USA Radio News.
In today's day and age, it's refreshing to find a company with values that match yours. And it's even more extraordinary when the products they make exceed your expectation in every way. That's what Michael's Naturopathic Programs has done for over 30 years. With more than 50 tried and truthful high-potency formulas, Michael's Naturopathic Programs give your body what it needs. No more guessing what herbs or vitamin, amino acid, or mineral you need. With Michael's, it's all in one bottle. From cardiovascular support to weight management to nervous system support to detox and cleansing and more. Michael's Naturopathic Programs work. They have to. Michael himself has been giving them to his family from the very start. Visit michaelshealth.com and get your tried and truthful formulation today. That's MICHAELS health.com. MICHAELS health.com.
Get a special discount when you input the code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg for your special discount.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, we're back. Good to have you with us as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours into a Wednesday, hump day, midweek. Yep, here it is. Several people sent me links to the story about why. Tell me, why did the U.S. Border Protection delete the press release about apprehending terrorists crossing the southern border? Well, it's a pretty simple answer. It's because they don't want you to hear about it. These are struggling people coming to the United States for a better way of life. No concerns about, pay no attention. There's nothing to see here. Story goes like this. Border agents assigned to the El Centro sector have arrested 2 Yemeni men within the last 2 months. They're on the terror watch list. First incident, January the 29th, about 1:10 in the morning. Agents assigned to the El Centro station arrested a man for illegally entering the U.S., apprehended the man approximately 3 miles west of the Calexico port of entry. They took him to the El Centro Processing Center for immigration and criminal history screening. Agents conducted records checks, which revealed that the 33-year-old illegal alien from Yemen was on the FBI's terrorism watch list as well as the no-fly list. Additionally, agents found a cellular phone SIM card hidden underneath the insole of his shoe. The second incident, on March the 30th, about 11:30 p.m., agents assigned to the same station arrested a man for illegally entering the United States about 2 miles west of the Calexico port of entry, took him to the processing center. Records checks revealing that the man, a 26-year-old illegal alien from Yemen, was also on the FBI's terrorism watch list and the no-fly list. The man is being held in federal custody pending removal. Part of the Border Patrol's mission states, "We will protect the country from terrorists," according to the chief patrol agent. Today, like every other day, our agents did that. These apprehensions illustrate the importance of our mission, how we can never stop being vigilant in our everyday mission to protect this country. We've reached out to Customs and Border Protection for comment. At the time of publication, we've not heard back, but I guess this was something that was on their website, but they've deleted that now. They don't want us talking about the bad guys one by one crossing the border. If you'll remember very well, I remember very well, many of the younger people may not recall, what transpired on September 11th of 2001 was not something that came together in short order. One by one, these individuals had come to America, individuals being the terrorists. They moved into communities, some in Florida, some up the East Coast. They blended in with society. No one ever suspected the plot that they were putting together to attack the United States, the World Trade Center towers, the Pentagon. No one really knows what target the plane that went down in Pennsylvania. Was it the White House? Was it the Capitol building? They were looking to bring down America. One by one, they came in and methodically lived their everyday lives. When that magical day rolled around, the plans all came to fruition. Are we letting our guard down? We've gone backwards. We've become complacent about the individuals coming into this country. And this wide open border policy, it is just the open invitation for these terrorists from all around the world to make their way. All you got to do is get into Mexico, then you make your way across the border. All right, back to the calls, and the big moose is on the loose.
Oh, hey, bud, what's going on?
Happy hump day. You doing all right?
Buddy, I'm not. I'm feeling old, and I'm hurting, and my dang leg's bothering me, and I've been trying to talk sense to a bunch of brain-dead kids, and I'm just about fed up with everything.
Oh, boy, I hate to hear that.
Well, I tell you what, I was talking to Big Ed a little bit yesterday. He called me, and I was talking to him about it, and all this crap is going on now, and, this whole deal where I think you touched on it there the other night about wanting everybody to become part of a conglomerate and virtually eliminate, the third parties and the freelance guys and the owner-operators. It's just one thing after another. It's just like it's on a roll. It's like it's a snowball, and it's reached terminal velocity. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And it's just, and I was trying to tell old Tater. I was talking to him today. I talked to him till I was blue in the face. And that kid, he got a pretty good head on his shoulders. He got pretty good education under his belt. He was in another line of work before he decided to buy that truck and be B.J. McKay, and now he's got a kid on the way, and I'm trying to explain to him, he got two options: either sell that truck and get out of it and go back to what he was doing before and have some semblance of family life, or get used to living in that truck by himself while the old lady and the kids at home, and he don't believe me, but that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I never forget one time I was sitting in Miles City, Montana, and it was Christmas night. Well, Christmas evening, I should say, because it was about dinner time. It was about 5:30, 6 o'clock. And I was sitting in an old payphone on an old rickety-ass stool, listening to everybody at the house having Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
And I put about $4 or $5 in that payphone, trying to keep the long distance on long enough to hear everybody squall and yippee-yay about all of their Christmas presents. And then I went back, sat down, had a cup of coffee, and there's this old fella sitting in there. He's probably 10, 12 years older than me. He's the only guy in there, and got talking to him, and it was just me and him and the waitress, basically. And he said, ain't nothing like listening to your kids grow up. I thought, man, that sucks, listening to them grow up on one end of a telephone, and then, every time you see them, they got a foot taller. And seem like you turn around about twice and they're driving a car, and then you turn around 2 more times and they're gone, And I told old Tater, man, I said, if I had to do over, that's the one thing I'd have changed, because, I made good money. I ain't gonna lie about that, but I could have done something else, maybe made a little less money, and got to be there for the important things in life.
Right.
There's a whole hell of a lot more to life than just money. And I've unfortunately turned 3 or 4 pretty damn decent women against me because of this occupation that I have, and I kind of got some regrets about that too. But the biggest thing that bothers me, is out here chasing these white lines and always trying to get the next payday. And I miss T-ball games and graduations and proms and all of that crap, but I should have really been there for, and I just hate to see him go down that path too, because money can buy you everything except time. And, when time runs out, you're just done, it doesn't matter, like the old saying used to go, you can't take it with you. Well, that's the truth, and, I don't know. I'd like to see him get out of that truck and do something else. But like I said, I can't do nothing but offer some advice and whether he wants to take it or not. But I tell you what, I sure hate it for him and his woman and his young one coming on, because I know what it is, try to be out here by yourself and your mind starts playing games with you. It's just not good.
Well, I actually got a little message from Tater this past day, so he's probably he's listening to you as we speak there, Moose.
Well, I hope he is, dumbass. I've been talking to him all day.
Okay. Oh, boy.
Well, I tell you what, man, I got to thinking, them, and I appreciate Big Ed, I do, because me and Big Ed's only 8 months apart. I'm 8 months older than Big Ed, and we just kind of dinosaurs, and it's kind of nice to have somebody you can call relate to, because all my cronies are all dying off, faster than they can plant them. Like old Ratchet Joe, I miss that guy worse than about anybody I ever know. That guy'd call me just about every day, and got old Possum Breath out there. We've reconnected after several years, and now he's having trouble, and it's just kind of depressing, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's just like, I'm just about ready to park this damn thing and say to hell with it and just go to the house and sit there till I fall over, to be honest with you. I've been walking around like Chester from Gunsmoke for 2 months because my damn knees hurt me so bad I can't stand it, and I can't take the good dope to make it quit work or to make it quit hurting and still drive the truck. So there you go,
Yeah. Well, I know you went in for I guess you're all set up to get that replaced, aren't you?
Yeah, I was supposed to be there June, first part of June there, when they're going to do it. And I tell you what, I got a sneaking suspicion that's going to put me off for 6 or 8 weeks, and yeah. I don't know if I'm even going to want to crawl back in one of these things after a 6 or 8 week hiatus. You know what I'm saying?
I'd say that's a distinct possibility. Yeah, I'd probably the 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, that's probably. I know it's a long recovery when you have that knee replaced.
Yeah, well, I might I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I was talking to Ed about it, and I think he gets tired of listening to me, but it's nice to have somebody to bounce some ideas off of, Yeah. Had a little scare there around the house. My mother-in-law found a lump on her breast, But it was okay. It turned out it was just her kneecap. Oh, well, what are you going to do? Hey, and I tell you what, what's his name, talking about that kid that was born with 3 of them, hanging down bells?
Yeah, members.
I was just thinking all the trouble I got into being born with 1, God almighty, somebody shot my ass if I'd been born with 3 of them. Well, keep it between the spotted and the solid, buddy. I'll catch you on the flip side.
All right. Be safe out there. Have a good day. Big Moose. Yeah. Oh, we ain't getting any younger, are we? Yeah, I know Tater's listening because he sent me an email earlier. He said he was going to start his day about 3 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah. But he did say, hey, I wanted to drop you a message. Sorry we've been out of touch. Sweet Pea's been running a day cab for Moose the last couple of weeks, and I've been over the road in our truck solo. But Moose is back running nights, as we know, and we're back in our truck as a team. Headed to Skowhegan, Maine this morning. If all goes as planned, I'll be back in the driver's seat about 3 a.m., and I'll try to catch the show. So, should be with us, as it's about 8 before 4. According to my clock. All right, so, we've been hearing how, I guess, the word made its way up to D.C. This whole proposal of a vaccine passport is not setting well with a whole lot of people in this country. So, whereas about a week ago, they're saying, we're exploring this. We're looking into this. It might actually happen. And Jen Psaki this past day said, I guess it's off the table now as far as, at least at a federal level, having any sort of a mandate to require a vaccine passport. As we mentioned earlier, in the private sector, if the cruise lines, if the movie theaters, whatever the case might be, if they want to go down that path, that's going to be up to them. I guess federal government can't tell them what to do. Everybody has, if you run a business, you can have your own rules for your business, right? So that's kind of where that stands right now. Let's see. As these tools are being considered by the private and the nonprofit sectors, our interest is very simple from the federal government perspective. Privacy and rights should be protected, so
you have successfully
these
connected.
particular systems are not going to be used against the people unfairly. Yes, that is my phone reset. I was able to do that while I was speaking. Did I get it done correctly? I think I did. All right, so Knucklebuster's back with us here. Steve's on the line. It's 844-3388. Let me jump right to Steve. Thank you for dialing us back up there, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I just got knocked off and got right back on. Did you reset the phones? Is that what you did?
Yeah, that's what it was. It hit the... I wasn't paying attention. It hit that magical mark, and it just cut you all off. So,
yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll tell you, see, I'm glad I didn't have to go over the road my whole driving career after listening to Big Moose talking there. I mean, if Tater wants to be home with his wife and kid, he ought to think about going LTL. At least to be home every day or every night.
Yeah.
Depending on, running days or nights. I mean, I've been running LTL the last 4 years, and every year I'm making 6 figures. So there's good money in it, and you're home every day. I was able to see my kids' ball games during the daytime in high school, and didn't really miss a whole lot of events.
Uh-huh.
So I do feel bad for these guys that are on the road all the time, man. I there's no way I could do it. But so Steve, you think the people at the All-Star game when they're waiting in line there in Denver, that the MLB, they're gonna put out a bunch of cast members in uniforms and hand out bottled water to the people waiting in line to get into the ballpark?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, boy, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I've heard several people have said that all the years I've voted, and I think the guy that posted yesterday, I voted in every election since like 1984, and I've never, of all the elections I've been to, and I mean, I don't miss the presidential and the midterms. I might miss one occasionally here and there if there's nothing on the off-year elections, but I've never had anyone handing out any sort of food, any kind of snacks, any kind of water. Yeah, I hadn't even ever heard of that.
No, neither have I. I've never had that happen to me either, and I always vote in person. I've never had anybody, outside campaigning for, certain candidates, or I've never seen that before. But it's all a big farce. That's all it is. Like I told you last night, they're trying to push that HR 1 through. I did want to reiterate, when people call their senators, I've called my senators in my future state of Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty, and they do respond back. I mean, it might not be them, it might be their staff member, but they actually write back a really nice letter saying that they're fighting for this and fighting for that, whatever your concerns are. I've actually contacted a couple of local representatives in the county I'm going to be moving to. They actually wrote me back. So it does work. So if you get on the horn and you call these people, whether it's about the filibuster, which I called Manchin about, I called Sinema about, and you see where Sinema's at right now, with that filibuster.
Yep.
She's gotten millions and millions of phone calls.
Are they trying to convince her to go with the rest of the Democrats, or trying to tell her not to go with?
3 to 5 million. Correct. Yeah, to not support the filibuster.
Okay.
And so Levin's got close to 5 million people following him on his radio program. So he's got a lot of listeners throughout the country, and she got flooded with phone calls. And you saw the article about where she stands with that, because Arizona is still pretty much a purple state, and West Virginia is pretty much a purple state. I mean, there's a lot of Republicans in West Virginia. So I think Manchin and Sinema, they want to keep their jobs, But getting back to California, I had a buddy back in the Army when I was in California back in the Reagan days. California used to be a really nice place to live back in the late 70s. But this guy was like kind of like a geologist, guru, kind of like how Philip is with the SpaceX program, kind of real knowledgeable and knows a lot of stuff. He predicted back in 1980 that California was going to fall in the ocean, Steve. That the San Andreas Fault was going to blow up.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I think it's long overdue.
Yeah, they've been saying that for decades now. Yes, and you're not the only one that I've heard say that. So just waiting for the day.
Yeah, California's going to fall in the ocean. But I wanted to make one more comment about your wonderful congressman there from Ohio, Jim Jordan. I'll tell you, I love that guy. Every time he's on Newsmax, I watch him. I try to catch him all the time when he's on television. If we had 220 congressmen like that guy, this country would be in a much, much better position than it is right now.
Yep.
They need more people like him. That guy is a really stand-up guy and a true American. I love that guy. So, anyway, that's about all I got for tonight.
Thank you much, Steve, and you do the same. Have a great morning. We'll get news update, roll into our final hour. You want to jump on board, it's 844-3388. And Jim Jordan was on Newsmax this past year talking about the southern border thing, about what he witnessed at the border detention facility for illegal immigrant children. Said the area contained more than 5 times the number of minors they're supposed to be holding under normal conditions, and nearly 16 times what it's supposed to have under the COVID-19 restrictions. Seems like everybody's going down to the border, except Kamala Harris, who's in charge of rectifying the problems there. She's the lead person in charge. Joe Biden hasn't been down. Oh, AOC hasn't been down. Yeah, well, she's been rather absent, hasn't she? And everyone that comes back from the actual border, witnessing what's happening there, has the same thing to say. Tell you more about what Jim Jordan had to say. And it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Several major corporations, like Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines, have made statements in the last few days criticizing a new elections law recently enacted in Georgia. Major League Baseball officially announced Tuesday that it would relocate its All-Star game to Denver, Colorado, out of Atlanta in a protest against the new law. But at a Tuesday press conference, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell warned corporations to stay out of politics and not to let themselves get drawn into political debates.
My warning, if you will, to corporate America is to stay out of politics. It's not what you're designed for. And don't be intimidated by the left into taking up causes that put you right in the middle of one of America's greatest political debates.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. John and Chelsea Jubilee here. By now, surely you've heard us on Wayne, and you're wondering, what is this amazing protocol that reverses my medical ailments, helps me gain lean muscle, helps me drop my body fat, and gain hydration?
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's a scientific sequencing of 6 things that you're going to do for 88 days and 2 weeks. And in this scientific sequence, your cells are going to open up and become porous like a sponge instead of like a glass-hard marble. Inside is going to come your intercellular hydration, and the eviction notice is coming to all the toxins and inflammation of your body. That's why you reverse. It's so simple. You have Chelsea and I every week as live coaches on a live Zoom call. All you have to do is call us today at 888-444-8895 or log on to energizehealth.com.
Texas's lieutenant governor is responding to a prominent Texas company's concerns with the proposed elections bill. Tim Berg reports.
Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is criticizing a major North Texas business raising complaints about 2 election bills in the legislature.
Is that okay with you, Mr. American Airlines? I can name other companies, but American Airlines seems like leading the charge on these types of issues.
Patrick saying the Fort Worth-based American Airlines officials warned his office they'd oppose the bill, but the government liaison admitted to not reading the bill. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And California Governor Gavin Newsom announced that his state's economy would be reopening. Newsom announced Tuesday that California's restrictions on businesses would be completely revoked by June 15th as long as COVID hospitalizations and vaccination rates remain stable. The state will also end its 4-tiered system used to determine risk levels in a given municipality. The state's mask mandate will remain in place, specifically for high-risk indoor settings. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
COVID-19 cases remain on the rise, with nearly half of all new cases reported coming in from just 5 states: Florida, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. Health officials worry that increasing numbers will lead to a 4th surge of infections. Infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University, Dr. Amesh Adalsha, says the current rise in COVID cases are coming from populations that haven't been vaccinated yet. He tells CBS News that the fastest way to control a possible 4th surge in cases is to vaccinate more people.
Well, I think that now with this 4th wave, we actually have the solution at hand, because we know that putting vaccine into people is the best way to get cases down. And when you look at where cases are occurring, they're occurring in people who haven't had access to the vaccine. So as we see more people become eligible for the vaccine, we will be able to blunt the effects of this 4th wave. But our 4th wave is going to be very different than prior waves, because we've done so much in terms of vaccinating high-risk individuals, nursing home residents, that we don't really have that same linkage between cases and hospitalizations. There's been a decoupling because of how we've basically prioritized our vaccine. So that's going to be something very different from earlier waves. And I think that's something that I think we can be optimistic about, that we've sort of tamed this virus through the use of the vaccine.
And Iowa's Luka Garza has won the Wooden Award as the top player in men's college basketball. It finishes a clean sweep of the Player of the Year awards for the senior, as he also won the Oscar Robertson Trophy, the Naismith Trophy, and AP Player of the Year honors. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, we jump right back into it. Final hour on a Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Yeah, back to Jim Jordan, the Ohio Republican, talking about Customs and Border Protection yesterday, confirming about 171,000 were caught in the month of March. We're talking a 15-year high, despite the administration trying to claim that this is nothing more than a cyclical spike. Yeah, it happens every year. Yeah, BS. He did not disclose which facility he visited, but he said the situation's not much different than what he was prepared for. It's pretty much what we thought we'd see. There were a few things that stood out. They told us today, last month was the busiest month for the Border Patrol since they started keeping data and records. 40% of their people are devoted to processing, not patrolling the border. You get that? 40% of the Border Patrol are processing, not actually out there doing what they're supposed to be doing, keeping them from coming in. It's a huge influx. Here's how bad it was in one of the pods we saw. It's a pod for kids. This particular facility, under the COVID restrictions, should have 33 children. Without the COVID, it could handle approximately 100 under normal conditions. Today, there were 527 kids in that one area. That's the influx. That's the chaos we're seeing. I think the American people are tired of this. Yeah, I said in an interview last week, you can't get into your capital, but anybody and everybody can get into your country. Laying the blame for the chaotic situation right at the feet of the Biden administration. On the very first day with his executive orders, this is the situation the Biden administration has given us. They've yet to say whether they're going to finish the wall, to say whether they're going to go back to the process in Mexico policy. Maybe what we should say is forget that they were Trump's policies. They were just policies, and they worked. They were good for the country. Let's go back to those things. The fact of the matter is, though, I think that's what he's saying. The fact that it's Trump policies, we can't have anything to do with that. No, we can't go back to Trump policies. Hey, let's just say they were policies. They worked, for crying out loud. Hey, good morning, Sylvester. How you been?
I'm exhausted. I just got off work. But, it's just sheer and complete insanity. That's what the modern Democratic Party is. Sheer, utter, total insanity.
Yep.
And it just blows my mind. And the thing is, people are standing over here looking at America going, what are you people thinking? And I tried to explain to them, it's not you people, it's those idiots in office. And so anyway, so did you get that email I sent you yesterday about the Russians?
Yes, I did share that. I actually, believe it or not, I had that story printed up, and so I guess I shared that after you sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know whether you'd actually seen that or not. Yeah, so now I was in the U.S. Navy, and I was involved with anti-submarine warfare, and I still follow it, as best as I can. I mean, you only can get what they let you know. Unfortunately, the U.S. gives more information than it should. And I will tell you, it's interesting to see what's going on. To me, I am very concerned. Taiwan is very concerned. The Russians really are ramping up. There have been high-level visits by Russian diplomats to Beijing, or no, not directly to Beijing, but to a third location. I can't remember where, off the top of my head, where the Chinese have also been. Mm-hmm. I am very concerned about what's about to happen. So, I just hope that the saber rattling, they keep their sabers in the sheath rather than having them pulled out.
Yeah.
It doesn't look good.
You can't help but wonder what their intentions are. I mean, you don't ramp things up like this for nothing, right? You don't amass along the border with you don't amass your troops there without the intention of doing something.
Right. Especially because they're still saying, "Oh, that's not happening. That's not happening." So the whole thing with what's going in Crimea is only part of it. The other part is what's going on along the Arctic Circle.
Correct.
Right on the Arctic Ocean. To me, that's actually a greater concern than what's happening in Crimea. Crimea has been expected. Georgia, etc. All that area there is an area that the Russians want to take back. They've taken back part of Georgia already. They did that back in 2009. The other issue, like I said, in Crimea, that's something that they did. Was that 2009 as well? Or was that after that? No, it was after that, wasn't it? But the whole circumstance is just Putin trying to rebuild the Soviet Union. That's what it comes down to. I mean, he was KGB under Brezhnev, and I think he started with Brezhnev and then Gorbachev. Might have been after Brezhnev. I can't remember, but I can't remember when Brezhnev died. I think it was 81. But the thing is that with what's going on along the Arctic Circle, they're amassing up there and they're updating their airfields up there to a point where they can launch their Tu-95 bombers and essentially neutralize, or to a great proportion, our air defenses without either us being able to put up much of a defense or very little defense. They're very close to Alaska. They could fly low coverage because we actually, during Clinton's administration, removed a lot of our sensory stations up there along the Canadian border. So the thing is that their submarines are still noisy. But they make up with the noisiness of their submarines by just the brute force and speed of their weapons. There's an underwater rocket which does what's called hypercavitation, and what it does, it creates a bubble shield around the missile, because that's what it is, missile, and it actually fires, and it's a torpedo, underwater torpedo, that goes about the speed of sound, maybe a little bit even over. And by doing that's faster than anything else by far underwater. And they're launched from submarines. We have to keep them far enough away in a circumstance where we've got a carrier in the area, because carriers are loud, they're noisy. So the problem now is that we've allowed them to develop these things. They've got their Bulova-class submarines, or Bulova-class missiles with their new submarines that are actually quite good. So there's a lot of stuff going on. China, Taiwan, I believe personally that the Chinese, the North Koreans, and the Russians are all working together. And I just hope that our current administration pulls their finger out and makes sure that our intel is being done and the diplomacy isn't like Neville Chamberlain prior to World War II. Let's just hope. So what else have you heard? Anything that I've missed?
That's pretty much it. I mean, those missiles that are, how did they describe it? Designed to create, I guess, nuclear tidal waves that would render coastlines inhabitable for decades.
Yeah, that's pretty scary crap, because if you think about it, if you think about the coast of Georgia, it's a huge plain until you get to about Macon. There's some hills, but nothing like, and like the rivers that's like the Altamaha and the Savannah, etc., the Ogeechee. All of that, if they detonated one of those, it not only would take out our Kings Island, our Kings Bay sub-base, but it would also essentially make within several hundred miles or several many miles inland, just wipe out everybody. And that's actually some fairly large population areas. The Delta III, I think there are only a few of their submarines that can carry those missiles. And it was my understanding that they had an unusual event the end of January or February, into February, where many of their submarines that weren't expected to go out went out, kind of like for Red October. So I don't know what's going on. It does concern me. We try to keep track of them, but again, our sensors have not been maintained off the coast, mainly on the West Coast, but the East Coast is still. Red used to have something called SOSUS, and that underwater listening system was in specific locations. It expanded during the 1980s and into the early 90s, but then when Clinton came in, they cut back money for that and directed toward other types of surveillance. The Seawolf class submarines are very, very good. They're very, very quiet, but we don't have very many of them. And then we have the New Virginia class, which are very good too. But and it upsets me because we're decommissioning the Los Angeles class, which are still very good submarines. But they're just, the reactors are getting too old, and we're not replacing them quick enough. So we're retiring 3 and replacing with 1, which just isn't enough, not in today's environment. Those LCSs, the literal combat ships, the coastal combat ships that we built, a whole bunch of right after 9/11. You know those?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know that we're decommissioning almost every one of those over the next 2 years?
They've had problems with them.
Years old.
They've had problems with them, right? They got all kind of I guess technical issues, mechanical or electrical issues. So.
Yeah, a big part of the problem was just design, just trying to make them really lightweight and trying to make them really maneuverable by making them out of aluminum. And aluminum and salt water works okay unless you start putting electric current on it, and then it starts corroding. And that's what's happened. So yeah, but the point is, we built all these ships in San Diego and up on the Great Lakes too, up in, was it Menominee, I think we built them up there, and also down in on the Gulf Coast. We built a bunch of them, and now we're decommissioning them. So again, we have nothing to take their place. The Gerald Ford, which was supposed to be this great technological advantage with the new launch and recovery system using electromagnetic fields, it's not even fully operational yet. So we've got a couple Ford-class carriers that are coming into existence, and the Nimitz, they're about to decommission the Nimitz.
Mm-hmm.
It really concerns me to see what's going on. Yeah, we're not investing in our defense. We're investing in things that really aren't protecting Americans. And then we have now an administration that doesn't put America first, that is actually putting America last in many, many regards. And they're allowing all these people to come across the border. I was reading an article on one of the local radio stations, TV stations here, about the number of other than Mexicans that have crossed the border, are getting caught, and are on terror watch lists. And I'm thinking, these are the ones that are getting caught. What about the smart ones that aren't getting caught? You know?
They'll just be...
It's a great concern.
They'll be gearing up. They'll be preparing for whatever our next September 11th is going to be. I was just talking about the two from Yemen that were on the terror watch list and the no-fly list. Yep. And if you're catching them, you catch some. The old rule of thumb was for every one that we caught along the border, 3 got through. Now, that's going back a number of years. I don't know if it's 2 to 1 or 1 to 1, whatever the case might be now, but it used to be 3 to 1. All right, looking at 24 past the hour. And let me jump on down to Dale from Jacksonville. Morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing just fine. What's happening this morning in Jacksonville?
Still clear, still warm.
Yep.
I used to call you using my CB trucker handles Big Daddy. But anyway, going back to this MLB thing, this is ironic that they take it out of Atlanta the year they were going to honor Hank Aaron because he passed away earlier this year. And he was probably, one of the top 5 notable African-Americans in Atlanta, probably top 5 in Major League Baseball African-Americans next to Jackie Robinson.
Yes, sir.
And now they're moving it to Coors. They're moving it to Coors Field, where he never played. He never played in front of those fans or anything out there. He's never in Colorado. I mean, if they'd have moved it to Milwaukee, you could kind of see it. And now they said, well, we're still going to honor Henry. Well, if he's going to honor him, leave it in Atlanta. That's how you honor the man.
Do you think they probably didn't even think about that? That didn't even cross their mind when what's his name made the decision to pull it out of Atlanta?
Manfred, the only thing he needs to pull out is his head out of his rear end, and then maybe he can make some decent. I'm really surprised the owners haven't pushed back because, they're the ones that's going to suffer at the gate. Obviously, if there is people who boycott baseball, whether it be watching it on TV or the limited amount that are going to get to actually go to a game this year, are not going to be able to do that or won't do that because of this maneuver. And if I'm an owner, I'm thinking, hey, dude, you work for me. All these commissioners work for the owners, and my deal would be, you're about to look for a new job.
Someone suggested, do you think Manfred in Major League Baseball stepped in it, and turns out it doesn't smell like roses? Was that you that sent that to me?
Yeah, that's kind of the way I feel about it. It's something they definitely stepped in it, and they didn't come out like a rose, I don't believe.
No.
But anyway, yeah, we're enjoying living here in Florida after retiring from 3.5 million miles up in Iowa, and I agree with Big Ed and the rest of them. You know, I spent 30 years on the road, and I can't tell you the amount of baseball games my son played that I didn't see, the amount of dance recitals my daughters went to. Everything you miss. My heart goes out to truck drivers, and I always tell young truck drivers when they're getting in the game, they go, you know, because when they go through these orientations, they never tell them this. They never tell them this at these truck driving schools. This is a lifestyle change. It ain't like quitting one job and going to another one locally. Your whole life changes. You're going to miss birthdays, graduations, anniversaries, just about everything, but probably Christmas. Everything else is up for not being there for. And it takes if you've got a partner at home, it takes a strong person at home to back you and take care of things, because you'll be in California sleeping at the TA in Ontario, and your wife's back in nowhere, Ohio, will call you and say, honey, the toilet's running over, the baby's got the croup, and I'm not feeling too good myself. What are you going to do about it? And you're, 2,000 miles away going, not a hell of a lot, baby.
Not much I can do. Yeah.
Here's the plumber's number. Here's the plumber's number. Take the baby to urgent care. That's all I can tell you. And so I will always respect the drivers that we have out there. These are men and women who are doing a wonderful job, and I don't think Americans can appreciate it. And the only thing you ever get asked, and I'm sure most drivers will attest to this, whenever you go to a family reunion, you go, "Oh, so you've been all over the country?" Yes. So did you get to go here or there? So no, I got to go by Mount Rushmore. No, I got to go by, these things, because can't get a truck in them, or I ain't got time to visit. I'm actually working. I'm not tourism.
Yeah, like what's his name? The Big Moose was saying earlier. Driving a truck. Obviously, there's a whole lot less of the drivers out there for weeks at a time than there used to be. But the trucking industry was notorious for having quite the toll on relationships. One of the highest divorce rates of any occupation out there. I think things may have gotten a bit better in more recent years, because more and more companies have come to the realizations, right? Drivers want to be home, like the LTL guy, if not nightly, at least they want to be home every weekend for a few days, and I think they've really strived to get drivers home more often. So maybe not quite the divorce rate we used to see, but it's old Big Moose said, I guess, the occupation took his toll on several relationships in his years out there. And he's been out there for a few years. All right, we're going to get a news break, then get back to your calls at 844-3388. If you weren't with us last night, we did get a surprise call about 4 a.m. from Old Maniac. That's the handle he went by. Otherwise known as Rodney. He was calling from his hospital room bed. He's been in there for a few days now. As he explained, they're chasing ghosts. They're testing this, they're testing that. They've got like 7 different doctors running all kind of tests. Can't figure out what's going on with him. I do know he was supposed to have a bone marrow. They were going to draw bone marrow yesterday to check the bone marrow. He did report this past afternoon. I guess they had done lung tests for lung cancer. Those results came back, no cancer in the lungs. So that was a bit of good news. But if you got a moment, a prayer would be appreciated for Old Maniac. Get well soon, brother. All right, we return in a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Several major corporations, like Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines, have made statements in the last few days criticizing a new elections law recently enacted in Georgia. Major League Baseball officially announced Tuesday that it would relocate its All-Star game to Denver, Colorado, out of Atlanta, in a protest against the new law. But at a Tuesday press conference, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell warned corporations to stay out of politics and not to let themselves get drawn into political debates.
My warning, if you will, to corporate America is to stay out of politics. It's not what you're designed for. And don't be intimidated by the left into taking up causes that put you right in the middle of one of America's greatest political debates.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Looking through some of the social media posts. Hey, Dave, I saw your post. You got your new hat. Got your Hot Shot Secret hat. So I got my new hat, and I think I've already lost it to my wife. Actually looks nice in that Hot Shot Secret hat. Now you need to get your Overnight Drive radio hat. She probably won't want to steal that, will she? All righty, go to overnightdriveradio.com. The hats arrived last week, so get them while they're hot. $14.95. All right, and while you're there, get your t-shirt, travel mug. Support the Overnight Drive Radio. There you go. overnightdriveradio.com. Now, I'm looking up here. Knuckle Buster, hang in there. I got you coming up momentarily. I've got another Buster on the line. Well, it's Buster. I got cut off. I don't know if you don't want to take my call or what. I don't know what happened, Buster, but sure, I'd be happy to take your call. I don't know if are you rolling?
You better be, Steve.
Okay. So what's going on, Buster?
I was thinking, Steve, I was thinking, maybe that 3 or 4 o'clock deal where the system shuts down, you have to reset everything over.
That happened at 4 o'clock. That did get me a little bit before 4, but not on this one. Over.
Hey, Steve, do me a favor, though. Down here in Knoxville, we really want a White Castle. And it's me, transplants from north of the Mason-Dixon, lives down here in Knoxville. If they can have a White Castle in Nashville, for God's sakes, being that this is the 100th birthday, I guess, in the fall of White Castle, I'm keeping my ears open on the websites and stuff to celebrate with White Castle because they really are the first fast food joint. And I saw the history of fast food on the History Channel. That was pretty interesting. That White Castle was decades ahead of anybody else. Over.
If you had your druthers, you're not in Crystal Country. You realize that. If you had your choice, though, I'm guessing you'd rather have a White Castle versus a Crystal Burger.
Steve, it's the selection on their menu and the creativity of the staff there. It's pretty awesome what they provide. So anyway, we're going to keep fighting because it's a 100th birthday party. After 100 years, come on down to Knoxville. Hey, Steve, you should Google the Alaskan Railroad. I think you and the family might be interested in doing that if you can't do cruising. By the way, one of my UPS customers told me that she had Bunny tied up with the cruise industry, and they told her that they're going to get her back on a boat this summer, but they will require her to have the shots. Over.
Oh, really? Okay. I have a sneaky suspicion there's going to be a lot of things we're not going to be able to do if you don't have your vaccination. I think there's a lot of things that I just might not get to participate in.
Well, I expect UPS to come out in July or August and tell us we're going to take the shots. It's legal. Supreme Court ruled on that 15, 20 years ago. If you work for the government, you don't have to take it. But if you're a private employee, you will be. And that's fine. But I'm going to tell them I want the J&J shot. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah, I got you. Well, Buster, we'll do what I don't have much pull, but I'll see what I can do to get you a Whitey Cassell's down there in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Just keep your... Let us know.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good morning. I didn't realize that. Let me see here. So, did a quick search. What was the date on the story here? March 11th. So it's been right at a little less than a month ago. White Castle officially turned 100 years old that week, about a month ago. This is the anniversary year. You may assume one of the largest fast food chains, such as McDonald's, may have been the first fast food restaurant. That distinction, according to several credible accounts, actually belongs to White Castle. Since 1921, now operating more than 360 locations around the country, serving up their famous sliders. Founded by Walt Anderson and Billy Ingram in Wichita, Kansas, 1921. Prior to founding White Castle, Anderson operated hamburger stands in and around Wichita. Anderson met Ingram, who was an insurance salesperson, who saw potential and profitability in Anderson's famous hamburgers. At the time, fast food restaurants, as we know them, did not exist. In the early 20th century, dining at a restaurant was often considered a luxury only for the wealthy. Also, Upton Sinclair's 1906 novel, The Jungle, made many people question the cleanliness of the food industry as a whole. So White Castle faced an uphill battle from the beginning. They managed to win over the public with food for every man in a sparkling, clean environment. In the beginning, it was Billy's idea. Everybody deserved a night out, that everybody deserved to be able to get hot, tasty food. And from early on, they were open 24 hours a day. The idea was to be there for the shift workers so they could have their snack at the end of the day. Even if that's after third shifts, since the very beginning, it's always been about affordability and convenience. Okay, you look at that little bitty original White Castle on the corner there. That was a little bitty joint, boy. Yeah, and that's one stop where I remember back in. My dad used to always bitch and complain, working the overnight shift, getting off at 5 a.m. I'm on my way home, and I go to McDonald's. I want a cheeseburger. Sorry, we don't serve cheeseburgers right now. We're on our breakfast menu. Well, damn it, I want a cheeseburger. Yeah, White Castle, you can get what you want when you want it. And I stopped off at Whitey Castle's many a times as I would be driving to and from, getting off at 5 a.m. 100 years, how about that? All right, back to the calls here. Good morning, Knuckle Buster. Thanks for hanging in there.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I remember them Crystal burgers were 10 cents a piece. You can get them there, eat them all day long.
Yeah, when they talk about affordability, they're not much of, even White Castle nowadays, White Castle and Crystal, they might used to have been affordable, but I mean, I think a traditional slider with cheese is like $1 nowadays. I mean, they ain't cheap no more.
Well, I try to just cook my own cheeseburgers nowadays. I get exactly what I want, brother. I know don't go down there to Taco Bell and get one of them breakfast-shaped biscuits, one of them taco-shaped biscuits there. Them things ain't worth eating there. Well, anyway, did you buy a set of hip waders after yesterday morning? Because I sure did, and it was getting pretty deep in this truck for a while there. So I went and got me some hip waders in case it repeated today. 9/11 happened under G.W. Bush, but it all started back under Slick Willie there and his policies of, letting illegals in this country there, not controlling everything. And President Trump, he didn't shut anything down in this country. He left it up to the governors of each state. So I think people ought to remember that when it comes election time for these governors and give them a little payback for what they done to them during this COVID pandemic thing there. And social media, I give them a size 11.5 boot in the backside there, Steve. I just kicked every one of them off of my telephone there. Horse feathers, that pool noodle is for putting around the rim of that portable outhouse Home Depot bucket to sit on, make it nice and comfy. I don't need an extension bar for my racket.
whether I'm getting into a deep well socket or a short well socket. Either way there, right? And Steve, did I hear you say bingo to that one driver?
I did.
Yeah. Well, I thought you'd been like me, winning the lottery there. The guy was telling them numbers the other day, and I said, no, them's wrong. The lottery numbers were 38, 26, 38. And when she showed them to me, I was saying, bingo, baby. Yeah, boy, I'm going to tell you. Teddy Bingo is a rock group. He's a garage band down there in Austin, Texas. That's where I come up with that there. But I guess they're still around. I don't know. But there's a group out there out of California called the Butthole Surfers. I quit listening to rock music after I heard that they were a group. And I had a dream, Steve. Sure did. I had a dream. Mama Knucklebuster and I were naked in a bathtub full of strawberry jello, Steve. I ain't never eat so much jello in all my life there. Now that Jack Daniels number 7 out of Lynchburg, Tennessee, that's a real good cure for a headache and a cold there. But, I ain't seeing anybody wanting to put the cancel culture on Lynchburg, Tennessee. That would conjure up lynchings to me, just by the name, right? And I know they ain't trying to change the name of that town over in East Arkansas, Forest City, Arkansas. It's spelled with 2 R's, named after Nathan Bedford Forrest. That's the town I was raised up in, Steve. You ought to hear about the sheriff, Coolidge Conley, over there back in the 70s and 80s. This guy, he raped a little 17-year-old girl. Well, the girl's daddy is a prominent white businessman there in Forest City. He just happened to be kin to Slick Willie Clinton, and they castrated that old boy. And that sheriff used to keep his gonads up there in a mason jar on his desk. And but that sheriff, he finally got his due. He was running a prostitution ring, a drug ring, and a moonshine ring there. And them ladies that was in that prostitution ring, Steve, you'd be amazed at the ones that was in it there, set up there on that church on pew on Sunday, singing "I Surrender All" there, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
did you say there was no ketchup?
There's a shortage of ketchup.
Oh, shortage of ketchup. I thought I was going to have to start singing Alan Jackson's song, "If French fries were fat free and you still love me." And I don't know about that LGBTQ USA of Bruce Jenner running for governor of California. I'd really have to start singing Joe D. Messina's song, "I Give a Damn Busted" there, right?
Exactly.
And I got a personal question for you.
Okay.
Yeah, does Mama Summers ever wake you up in the middle of the night saying, "If I died, would you remarry?"
I don't think she's ever actually asked that question. No. Why do you ask?
Well, Mama Knucklebuster used to wake me up in the middle of the night and say, "If I died, would you remarry?" I told her, hell no. I ain't letting a little woman get her claws into me there. And I did tell my preacher one time that all men are created free and equal when they're born. If they get married, it's their own damn fault there, right? I guess Carrie Underwood is retiring because she put out a gospel album there. I thought all them country singers didn't put out gospel albums until they got ready to retire, but she got some pretty good ones in there. I recognize the song she sang there, that "Victory in Jesus," but them Episcopalians up there singing that Latin last Sunday, I got some Latin wrote on my arm. One of them is Semper Fi on the left one for Semper Fidelis, which is always faithful. That's the Marine Corps motto. And then I got my family's crest motto tattooed on the other one there, Ferio Ferio. And so that'll be all of my baloney for today, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm westbound and down, headed for Big D, Texas. Have a great morning, and God bless you and your family, brother.
Well, keep those hip waders handy because you might be needing those. All right, let me see. From the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Yeah, I heard you. Billy the Kid checks in. Been back at the Home 20 since March the 29th. Been doing a lot of expediting since the construction contract ended. I've been listening to the replays as much as possible. I'm heading up to Anderson, Indiana with a coil tonight. And I can't wait to hear Chris again. Hope all is well. Chris Gabrelchik, he's talking about that. Chris will be joining us coming up Friday morning this week. This Friday morning, second Friday in April, because last Friday was Good Friday. It's a holiday. Let me see. Philip, a.k.a. Truckin' Phil. Happy Hump Day. Copy all the U.S. military shutting down old hardware, not keeping things updated under the sea. I've got news for the doubters. They keep things updated. You just don't know everything that they've got going on. I have family that are government contractors between the defense manufacturing and the Pentagon. Everything really goes on behind the scenes. I say we're in good hands. Ready to depart Fort Wayne, Indiana for Sterling Heights. There you go. 261 days till Christmas. Thank you, Truck and Phil. I hope you're right. I hope you are correct. One last here from the Ranger. Talking about Babe Ruth. And, of course, the All-Star game and whatnot. He said he may have surpassed Babe Ruth. Hank Aaron, we're actually talking about. He may have surpassed Babe Ruth, but he went to bat 2,500 more times to achieve that goal. And plus, Hank got that vaccine. I don't know which one, and died a month or so after. They claimed it was not the vaccine. As far as driving a truck for a living, I guess going back to the Moose's call. Yeah, driving a truck takes a lot of your time. And these new drivers, they're not going to stay out. This new generation wants to work 9 to 5, and they want to be off on the weekends. And that schedule doesn't work out too well if you're driving a truck for a living. Well, good morning, blind man. How are you?
Oh, I'm kind of depressed because I went to a couple of eye doctors, and they're telling me that there's some kind of membrane that's limiting my vision. It's gotten worse. It's like looking through wax paper, if you want to get the idea of what I'm seeing. Everything is blurred, fuzzy, and they're telling me if I have surgery, the retina is so thin that it could snap like a rubber band. So they're recommending no surgery. I got one more test to do, and that's an ultrasound. And they really want to take a deep look into my eye. But I am hanging in there. And I almost walked into a neighbor's house by mistake. I got a little bit confused because her house is very similar to my house, and I was trying to get into her house, and she says, "Oh, Victor, you're at the wrong house." And I said, "Yeah, I don't want to be an illegal alien breaking into your house." And she says, oh, you're comparing yourself to an illegal alien? I said, "Yeah, if I broke into your house, I would be an illegal alien." And she says, "Oh, I see what you're talking about now, the southern border." And I said, "That's exactly what's happening. Picture somebody breaking into your house and taking your food and stuff without your permission." So anyway, I just wanted to check in, say hello, and say hi to Chevy Guy. And Knuckle Buster, my grandfather remarried really quick when my grandmother died. He proposed to 2 women in one day, and he picked the first one that said yes. And then when my mother-in-law died, my father-in-law ended up marrying the real estate agent that sold him the townhouse.
How about that? Though that's a little different. I've never heard of asking 2 women in one day and taking whoever says yes first. That's pretty unique. That's bizarre.
Yeah, I asked my grandfather about it, and he said I was afraid I was going to die if I didn't marry somebody, and my father-in-law said something similar.
I wonder if he ever told the one that said yes that he had actually asked another the same day to marry him. You think he ever divulged that to him, or that was a secret to the grave?
I think that was a secret to the grave.
Better have
but
been.
I know one thing for sure. I have a fiance now, and if it weren't for her, I probably would have, told the doctors 5 years ago, forget it. I got prostate cancer. I just want to go out. But luckily, I got a really good woman now, and because of her, I told the doctors, I said, let's see if we can do something about the prostate cancer, and they did. I'm still cancer-free, but as I told you at the beginning of this call, I'm just frustrated that my vision has gone way down to the point where it's not really that safe to walk anymore with all the construction going on in downtown Silver Spring.
Wow, yeah. Well, we'll say a prayer for you. Hopefully they can come up with some modern miracle of technology maybe to reverse that. All right, real quick, Chevy Guy, what's up?
Yeah, White Castle. First off, thank you there, blind man. Good hearing from you. White Castle, I don't know of any here in South Carolina, but I did run across in the grocery store at Walmart, coming down through the freezer section.
Yep.
Sure enough, they had White Castle hamburgers in boxes. And so they're selling them in the grocery store. And all them years that I was up in Ohio, up in that area, I never did go into one of those places. So it just, but I thought I'd pass that back up to you. And Knuckle Buster, yesterday the morning, he said he was planning on doing a career change. I seen a sign on a billboard that would fit the job classification he was looking for. It was called a bra fitter. And I thought, well, shoot, now that's a job you could really get your hands on.
No doubt about it. Hooter massager, bra fitter. That's pretty similar, I guess. Yeah. All right, Chevy Guy, you get to wrap it up for us here on a Wednesday morning. Yeah, have a great day. We're 1 week into the month of April, 7th day of April. Yeah, don't forget there's going to be the risk for some stronger storms through the heart of the country, from the Dakotas all the way down into Texas today. Be careful out there. Pay attention to those weather alerts. We'll bring you all up to speed when we come back at the midnight hour tonight. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.